Hey, what's going on? Whoa, look at the size of that. Okay, guys, okay. Why do my proportions on Streamlabs look really weird today? Hmm, okay. Oh, okay. Black bars on the right side. I got rid of him. Fuck off. Don't worry. Whew. A learning stream. It might be that. Um, I don't know exactly what I want to start with. Hmm. Hmm. Everyone tell him he's muted. That is disgusting behavior. Why would you do that? Got 5 minutes. Sure. Sure thing. Start with DeSantis dropping out. Yeah, that'll be quite quick, couldn't it? He was in. Now he's out. Nice one. Hello.
Hi, how are you
Uh,
doing?
Good. How are you?
I've got some sleep, which is nice.
Okay.
Um, just on to catch up on yesterday. Yes, I know that it was quite a sleeper pill. Um, maybe for next time we should go back to the 2-on-2 thing, like we had with David and with Smug. Um, just just a idea on that. And then something very different, I think, unrelated. I wanted to ask, how do you think we should engage with people that are now that we have this whole thing in Yemen and with the Houthis, um, because they excuse a lot of shit, and now they're even starting to excuse like child soldiers and stuff like that. How
Um,
do you with that?
who's saying that?
Uh,
Like people in our community or just like people on Twitter?
Twitter, other spaces. I've seen it mostly from like Hassan and Hassan aligned communities. Like, how do you engage with these people, or are they too far gone?
It is what it is. You call them fucking nonsense or whatever the fuck. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just, yeah. I think probably people like that are too far gone.
Okay, yeah. No, that was just it. So maybe for the next time, or if you want to do a part two on whatever that thing yesterday was, um, we need to do it in like a 2-on-2, and then I need to get David and someone else to actually hold me back from all my. I need to find sources for all this autism shit.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
that was it.
Cool.
All
Well, yeah,
right.
I'm okay to if you guys do it like spontaneously as well, because when it's planned, it gets a bit more difficult to get everyone in the right time and everything. So,
Yeah, we'll see. Wait, maybe there is something. Maybe if somebody really pisses me off, I'll challenge them, call them bad things if they don't.
yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, but we'll find something.
Okay. That sounds good.
All right. See ya.
All right. Okay. So, Netanyahu defies U.S. President Biden. Did you see Hassan molding about why? Why are you all? You guys always have Hassan news for me. Oh God. What's he? I don't know. Let's see it. Let's see what he has to say. I mean, he's basically been on top of the world for like 5 years or some shit, or just about under. So, I mean, it's not going to last forever. Like, big deal. Some people go up, they go down, they come back. Like, Owen Jones has like risen and dipped and exploded like multiple times. Like, yeah, it's just People have long careers, you know, lots of shit happens. But where is he saying that? Also, I think isn't there supposed to be a hang on, wait. Is the IRA similar to Hamas? Nope. Some parts of them, I imagine, were, but at the end of the day, the Good Friday Agreement had their IRA leaders who were willing to negotiate the Good Friday Agreement, even though a lot of IRA people wanted more than just Northern Ireland. So yeah, fucking what? It's on LSF. Oh, let's go to LSF. Okay. I love getting content from LSF. It just makes life so exciting, so much drama. XQC finds out the editor cuts. Oh no.
Iran.
What is that? What is that, chat?
Pakistan carrying out deadly military strikes on Iran.
Iran is demanding answers amid an escalating spat with Pakistan. Overnight, Pakistan launched retaliatory strikes on targets in southeastern Iran, just across their shared border. Pakistan claims it took out a number of militants, but Iran says...
No, wait, hold on.
Fuck you.
Chat.
Retaliatory strikes on targets in southeastern Iran, just across their shared border. Pakistan claims it took out a number of militants, but
He's so
Iran
impressed.
says...
No, wait, hold on.
Fuck you.
One more time.
Retaliatory strikes on targets in southeastern Iran, just across their shared border. Pakistan claims it took out a number of militants, but Iran says...
No, wait, hold on.
Fuck you.
Chat.
All right.
Chat.
One more time. I was on the way.
Hold on.
Where are you?
Iran is demanding answers amid an escalating spat with Pakistan. Overnight, Pakistan launched retaliatory strikes on targets in southeastern Iran, just across their shared border. Pakistan claims it took out a number of militants, but Iran says...
No, wait, hold on.
Fuck you.
Chat. Hold on.
Where you live? Fuck
now, hold
yeah.
on.
BTW change shirt you smell.
Are you telling me that I reacted to an educational video about the whole thing, about the whole ordeal, and I get canceled for reacting it, and you're telling me the same people are praising it? This guy, this editor who went after me, and he literally monetized a video where he gets off the fucking screen.
Oh, what? Hassan's editor had to go XQC. Was that because of the Ethan stuff? Clip no longer available. Man, maybe LSF is decent. Maybe I like this. Maybe I like this little subreddit. They got memes. Miska, Force. I don't know any of these people. I have no idea who Forsen is. I just know I've heard the name a million times. I don't know who fucking Miskiff is. Heard it a million times. I kind of know who Trainwrecks is. Who at low tier god? I know who that is, but barely. What? Go up, Hassan responded. What, to XQC? Where? Someone comments on the pirate interview, the clip's no longer available. Is it in the replies? What? Mirror? Where? Where? You'll send the clip while I... Okay, thank you. Jesus. Stream chat, let's go. Put it in the Discord. Fuck me. What else we got? Besides that. Don't care about any of these. This is why I don't go on LSF. It's because you have to go through a fucking desert, and there might be like a little fucking tiny shitty oasis that only lasts like 10 seconds. Fuck. They removed it. Okay. The bank time traveler. What, can you not open a fucking thread in a new tab? Yeah, you can. Okay. What was I looking for in the first place? Okay. Oh. This is like 5 days ago now. This is all the Destiny Hassan drama. Okay. It's on r/Destiny. Okay. What? This? Him responding to XQC, making fun of him for, okay, getting out of the chair. Okay, let's see. Let's go.
It's not enough that they get like big deals from like, you know, Kick or Stake or whatever the fuck. They also have to have like the #1 slot on the platform. So when that's not happening, you got to pull the fuck Hassan ripcord. Right? But the problem is you pulled it so hard that I don't have the same juice no more. You know what I mean? Like when you panic and you say fuck Hassan every time, and you've done that for like 3 years at this point, it's not going to be as good because I no longer have the same audience because you pulled the fuck Hassan ripcord too many times and you sucked me dry. So now I don't have the juicy cow titties that you want to milk. You know what I mean? You got to find a new target to be like, that's a bad guy.
His audience shrunk because people were shitting on him so much, and now people should. I guess the logic is that people should stop shitting on him because he doesn't have any. He still has a pretty big audience. I don't know what the. He's not exactly dry out here, you know. The fuck. Is he? There's no way. I got a Twitch, Social Blade, Hassan Abi. How's he doing? What's the story, Hassan? So he's still gaining, just very slowly. Last year, he was gaining like 90,000 followers, 34. That's a lot, man. Then it's like 800, and then 17,000, then drops 1,000 November. Drops, oh, okay, so there is like a... America deserved 9/11. Is that what that was? This was America deserved 9/11. Yeah. Okay. I feel like he still has a long way to go though. He's got like 2 million fucking A+. That's probably good. What's his YouTube channel like? His YouTube channel's fucking fine. Oh. That's a view draw. Okay. I think when you gain 0, you don't actually gain 0. It means that you probably gained less than 10,000, right? Because at this point, they only go every 10,000 once you've got this many subs. For me, it's like every 1,000. But I don't know. Doesn't seem that, obviously losing a lot of views, I suppose. He was getting 20 million a month. And now he's going down to 10 million, 12, 8 million. How many a month does Destiny got? I wonder. Never actually seen. What's apparently on the way up? This was red pill shit, wasn't it? 12 million. Oh, so they're about the same for monthly views. Ah. I see. Okay. How's little Lonerbox Live doing, eh? How's our boy? Look at that. We had a slow start, but then we had a nice little October boof, and now we're just leveling out as we start to settle into the career, you know? Again. Yeah.
You can't farm me for as much as you know you want to when there's no more farming that you can conduct here.
Loses a lot of views to channels that cut up his streams. That's probably true. Again, like I don't understand it. Like when I think about where I am, which is not much. Like I've been around for a few years. People who have been here for far less time than me, like fucking FD Signifier and like Noah Samson, for example, they both came after me. And they were just like zoomed way past, but I don't really think about it that much. Like I'm just like, I'm doing what I love for a living, and that's more than most people get. Like, and I had to, and it's much better than what I tried to do when I was doing music stuff for the last 10 years. So I was like, I don't know, fuck. Like, I'm pretty grateful for where I am now. Like, shit. I don't understand, like, this kind of fucking being on top of the fucking mountain for so long, and then inevitably, like, you're not going to last there forever for all kinds of reasons. You're going to have your dips, but then I guess it's just like, I don't know. I have no idea. I can't understand that headspace. Like, it's so fucking mental. Observe social blade soy. Yeah. Pretty crazy, chat. Pretty insane. Does chat delete links? Yep, you have to put them into Discord. Does the current amount of views you get pay your bills? Yeah, of course. I don't make like massive amounts, but yeah, this is definitely the best paying job I've ever had. More than any of the fucking music jobs I ever did. Like,
Destiny?
What's this?
Destiny and Infrared insult each other. Wow.
Not even at the time.
I think we need another mute here on the Moscow Manlet, please.
So you're saying that now they have a majority?
Gentlemen, I hate to do this with both of you, but both Dylan and Haas, I've got you on mute because we do.
Oh,
have
is
to
this
get
when
the
Haas
next
kept
question.
getting muted?
Destiny, his torso is big though. He's short. He looks like a fucking torso, bro.
Okay. This is coming in from Can
He just has a long torso.
Gosh.
He looks like Sid from Ice Age. He has the body of Sid from Ice Age. He has the body of Sid from Ice Age.
Repeat it a third time.
Not even at the time.
That is a very good insult. Sid from Ice Age. Oh my god. Hang on. Is it really? Is he beating these? Because he has a long torso. Oh god. I forgot about that. Sid from Ice Age. Oh no. Okay. Long torso. What an insult, man.
I think we need another mute here on the Moscow Manlet,
So you're
please.
saying that now they have a majority?
Gentlemen, I hate to do this with both of you, but both Dylan and Haas, I've got you on mute because we do have to get the next question.
Destiny, his torso is big though. He's short. He looks like a fucking torso, bro.
Okay. This is coming in from Can.
He just has a long torso.
Gosh.
Is it
He looks like
looping?
Sid from Ice Age. He has the body of Sid from Ice Age. He has the body of Sid from
I
Ice.
think this is because the streaming software that they're using is one where the moderator can mute you, but you can unmute yourself. And I don't think either he didn't know how to have moderator privileges, or that was just like the software just wouldn't let you mute someone and override. Like, yeah. So I think it was this James guy was muting him and has kept on unmuting himself. Oh god. What a fucking story, man.
Ice Age.
Repeat it a third time.
Not even at
Actually funny. That was actually funny though. That dude, guys, he fucking cooked them. Dude, he cooked them.
And NATO. But Ukraine and
Was that learning geography with Aiden Ross? Maybe I want to see that. Is that an LSF one? Look, I found more content. Look at this. LSF, thank you for... Fuck! Oh, yeah, because he's banned, obviously, 2 years ago. Jesus. Oh, well. They mirror everything. Oh, you guys are so useful. Wait, if they mirror everything, that means...
Russia and NATO. But Ukraine and Georgia both wanted to join NATO for a long time. And that...
Oh, no.
I gotta be fucking tripping. Is this maybe years ago? How is Atlanta all the way over here? I gotta, no. On God, I swear to God, no. Listen, no.
Russia and NATO. But Ukraine and Georgia both wanted to join NATO for
This guy is just memeing, right? Like, he's trolling. Okay. I don't know. Apparently he is very dumb though. Like I've heard things. Oh well. Not my problem. Fucking weirdo. Yeah, I've heard the Mein Kampf 2 meme, yeah. Anyone else just waiting for Lex to drop Destiny versus Shapiro? Oh, is that gonna drop today? Ooh. Who the fuck is Pay Money Wubby commenting on the Houthi guy? Okay.
Okay, can we get one of the murderers on call now?
I would love to get a murderer on call. I mean, Hassan did it.
Wow.
I would love to get a murderer on call, though. Anyone in chat who's actually committed, get on. Let's do it.
Wow.
What
Concluding.
do you mean, Wubby? What do you mean? What? What?
UK election Twitter. What? I need to blow this up. I need to save it and blow it up. Hang on. So big. It's too much. What we got here? Stalinists, misses the USSR, Gulag fan. Yeah, yeah. Galloway fans, are they authoritarian? I don't even know what Galloway believes in anymore. Still hasn't eaten his hat, hates the West. I suppose so. Friends of the Ayatollah. Jesus. Scottish nationalists, why are they authoritarian left? What the fuck? Plaid Cymru. They always seem cool. Owen Jones. Likes searching for his own name in his spare time. Does he? Does Owen Jones name search? I know Russell Brand does because he liked one of my tweets that had his name in it. Even though it was me making fun of him. Novara, libertarian communists, question mark. Provides free entertainment for normal people. Okay. Momentum. So whoever made this just hates everyone, right? Corbynites, not a fan of that one country in the Middle East. Oh, yeah. Egotistical, likes winning the argument. Okay. Soft left. Yeah, let's go here. Why not? Blairites. Did they put Blair in the right or in the middle? He's right in the middle. 4 on each side. Mondeo man. Yeah, that's true. That person's real. Owns his own home, thinks his kids are woke. Likes it. Yep, that's the guy. Thatcherites. Johnsonites. Rishi. This is you guys in chat. Interventionists. Quadruple the defense budget. That's you guys. Mosley fans. Do they still exist? These guys do. I don't really feel like I ever see libertarian right in the UK. They have like no presence. If you're on the right, you go conservative or you go fucking fascist in the UK. You don't go libertarian. That would be Count Dankey. Yeah, but he's like the only one. That's why he got a few more votes than the Communist Party, like the Communist Party of Great Britain, despite his online presence. So no one gives a fuck about libertarians in the UK. Lib Dems, they still exist. God. Annoying Cyclist Party, where are they? They must be down here, right? Where are the annoying cyclists? Bottom middle. Oh yeah. Are they right wing? Are they to the right? I guess compared to anarchists and X, this doesn't make any sense. Like, why the fuck are XR and anarchists here, but Greens and Sinn Féin are here? What, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, stupid. Whatever. Fuck that meme. Shit meme. 2 out of 10. Me and American nodding along. It's not that hard. God. Excuse me. What is happening in Germany? Why did over 1 million people come out and protest against the far right? And the far right, really? Yeah, they are, aren't they? AFD. How many fucking votes did AFD last German election? What did they got like a third of the vote, didn't they? Or is it 20%? They fell in 2021. They got 20% of the vote. That's really insane that a far right party can get 20% of the vote, though, in like an advanced fucking liberal demo. That's crazy. Like, we don't get that in the UK, at least. Fuck me. Cringe. But apparently they're causing trouble. So.
Now, Evanstein, welcome. Organizers say more than 1.4 million people have taken part in demonstrations against the far right across Germany over the weekend. The rally.
Yeah, I know. It's all of mainland Europe. It's like fucking France, Poland, Hungary. Like, yeah, all these retarded fucking mainland shitty European countries. Somehow the UK manages to be one of the only ones that actually isn't doing that. Italy, yeah. Why? What's wrong with fucking Europeans? Netherlands, yeah, they're pretty fucked. Denmark is gonna be weird. Jesus. Why? Why are you guys doing that? Why is all of fucking Europe becoming like fascist and shit? Why? We have immigrants in England. Like, we have quite a few, actually. Like, maybe not the same proportions as Germany and, like, fuck. Brexit was maybe good. Yeah, actually what we did is we left. Brexit was good because it got us detached from these crazy, from what's in future going to be like the fucking Fourth Reich of Europe. Jesus. Actually, what's the proportions? Immigration as a proportion, population. Germany. Let's see what Germany is. Germany's probably got the most, I'd imagine. 17% has immigrated since 1950. Okay. Let's see what United Kingdom is. They have the same stat. 14%. Oh, it'll be foreign-born population. All right, so foreign-born population by country percentage. I don't think it's immigration, mate. Poland has fuck all migrants, and they're like one of the most right-wing countries in Europe. Look at this. So foreign-born population, Luxembourg 47%. Where did? Damn. Rip Luxembourgers. Israel. Damn. Sweden, Austria, Iceland, Ireland, Belgium, Germany. Germany's 16%. Where's the UK? Pretty far behind, eh? Are they even on here? They're not. Where's the UK? It's because we're not European Union. Hmm. Can I get the UK, please? No? Ah. Where's the UK? Did that get added? Am I freaking out? Is it what? We'll just add some. Denmark, Spain. What? Where are they? So they didn't even highlight the. Is it? Okay. Fuck this graph. It's just OECD. I just want to. Hmm. Obviously, the fucking Emirates has it's like no. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Qatar, but okay, but I want. Is it just good? Oh god, I want European countries though. Come on. Hey, just be like these countries, eh? They're all awesome. Low immigration. Fuck it. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. I mean, if this is saying that the foreign-born population of Germany is at 16%, but I guess the way that they measure foreign-born might be different depending on generational shit. Europe. Foreign-born population of the EU by country. This is just raw numbers, though. I don't want that. I want proportions. You fuck. Not even EU, because the UK is not EU. UK. .14%. So it's not, yeah, foreign-born population is not a much bigger percentage for the UK than it is for like Germany or, I didn't even look at the other countries. Fuck. Compared to France, 12%. Netherlands. No, I don't think these countries are getting racist because are going far right because of like they've got massively more immigration. Like the worst countries for far right shit in Europe now are Hungary and Poland. They got fuck all. They got nothing. Eek. Maybe it's because of immigration, but it's not because of. Is it because of like the way they're integrated? Or is it because of like perceived threats? I guess different nations have different levels of perceived fear of immigration, or just like I have no idea. What the fuck is this? Immigration, it's a percentage. See, it's about the same color. Germany seems to be a bit more there. 25. Yeah. Again, Poland's got less. Hungary's got less. And they're worse.
These follow reports that members of the Alternative for Germany party had a meeting with far-right extremists to discuss plans for mass deportation of migrants and citizens with foreign roots.
From outside the Reichstag in Berlin to the Cathedral of Cologne, cities across Germany were overwhelmed by chants of never again. In Munich, organisers had to cut their demonstration short, citing overcrowding.
Jesus.
But protesters had already made their message clear, rejecting the far right and any slide back to fascism.
Get 'em!
I just think about what has happened and that it must never happen again. That Nazis, right-wingers and fascists come to power in any form. We are already on a very bad path. I'm very happy that there are so many people...
AfD has a lot of support in Eastern Germany. I mean, that's always been the case, isn't it? Even like the German far right, like hooligans used to be a thing even when they were still communists, yeah.
Here showing that there is another way.
The nationwide outrage was triggered by reports that right-wing extremists had met to discuss deporting millions
I know, though. I thought they re-educated all the Nazis and Soviets, and I thought the West was actually the ones who were really nice to Nazis, and I thought, what the fuck happened there, eh?
immigrants, and even German citizens with migrant backgrounds. Members of the Alternative for Germany party attended the meeting. AfD has since distanced itself from the plan. The far-right party has strong support and recently came second in national opinion polls. Regional elections are set to take place in just a few months' time, including in Germany's eastern states, where AfD is particularly popular.
I hope that we can change people's minds. Some may not be sure whether they will vote for AfD, but after these demonstrations, they simply can't do that anymore.
Many protesters say Germany's democracy is at stake. After a weekend of mass rallies across the country, calls have grown louder for AfD to be banned.
Our political correspondent Thomas Sparrow was at the demonstration in Berlin and sent us this report.
Thousands and thousands of people here in Berlin, thousands and thousands in other cities of Germany as well, to protest against the far-right party.
This is bigger than the... How big were the anti-Iraq war protests in Germany? I think that was the last time Europe went looking like completely mental with protests. But what was Germany anti-Iraq war protests? I know in Rome, I think there was like 3 million people, roughly, like estimated. Let's see. How many people demonstrated against the Iraq war in Germany? Germany. Did they say how big they were there?
You smarmy
Cuck bastard. Thanks for the 2 Canadian standard username. Fascism bad. That's true, guys. Fascism is bad. Just in case everyone forgot, you know, because we haven't really interacted with fascists for a good while. Because they all got fucked off. But damn, I guess they still have some relevance. Fuck. Just remember, guys, I hope we don't forget, because we haven't fought with fascists for a good while.
The AfD to protest, especially after it was revealed that members of the AfD had met with far-right extremists to discuss a so-called master plan to deport millions of people here in Germany. This has certainly hit a nerve here in the country. This has concerned many people who here say that this is not acceptable in this country, that this brings back painful memories of Germany's difficult past. And it has worried many who say that this cannot continue. The big question...
Oh, they were discussing mass deportations. Oh. And people compared it to Wannsee. I think Germans can probably say that to each other. Something about that just doesn't feel wrong. Something about that just feels fine.
question that many are asking here, the big question that experts are also discussing, is whether something will actually change in the opinion polls, whether something will actually change in regional elections that will be happening in Germany later in the year. And this has to do with the fact that the AfD is second now in nationwide polls and is even leading the polls in the eastern part of the country. Experts have stressed that it probably won't change the minds of those who have always voted for the AfD, but that protests like these ones here in Berlin and in other parts of the country could actually convince some people who normally don't go to the polls, who don't vote, to actually do vote this time, and especially vote against the far-right party, the AfD.
God damn. Okay, no, stop name dropping fucking your favorite dictator and ask me if they're a fascist. Stop. Because if I answer one, I'm gonna answer all of them. No, not happening. I will not tell you if I think fucking Stalin was a fascist. No, I will not answer that. Israel PM defies US President Biden over two-state solution.
Heavy Israeli airstrikes and street battles with Hamas have been continuing in Gaza, where Palestinian health officials say the number of dead has passed 25,000. It comes as Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has again rejected the idea of creating a Palestinian state, despite a phone call with US President Biden, who said he believed that might still be possible.
Is this news? Like, what was his position before October 7th? I thought Netanyahu always opposed a Palestinian state, or is it now that... or was it that he was in favor of one, just that it would be a lot smaller, like it wouldn't include East Jerusalem, it wouldn't include any removal of settlements or land swaps? Like, thought that was... I feel like before October 7th, Netanyahu probably just wanted to give them like area A and B. Like, oh God. Are you aware there's someone in the waiting room? Yep. He didn't, by the way, he just rejected a Palestinian state with no Israeli oversight over security. So fun fact, if a different country is in charge of your security, then you're not a state. That's why Netanyahu also said that he supports... he will never give up Israeli military security presence outside of west of the Jordan River. And he said that stands at odds with the Palestinian state. That's what he said. So he is against the Palestinian state. Look, he even said, like, I don't know why you would, like... I will not compromise on full Israeli security control over the entire area west of Jordan. And this is contrary to a Palestinian state. Okay, good. Yeah.
Mr. Netanyahu also rejected Hamas's demands for Israeli forces to withdraw from Gaza in return for the release of the Israeli hostages. With the latest from Jerusalem, here's Mark Lowen.
Lives on a list that grows by the day. An overnight airstrike adding them to a new milestone. More than 25,000 killed in Gaza since Israel's offensive began, says Hamas. Numbers out of date by the hour. Israel's focus is now southern Gaza, pounded.
Pure copium, thanks for the €2. I really appreciate that. Titoism with Tujmanist characteristics will win. Maybe. Who knows?
From the air, backed by naval strikes. But there have been clashes in the north too. Israel's army, vastly superior to Hamas, is still facing significant resistance across the territory. The Israeli Defense Forces released pictures of a new tunnel they say they found, booby-trapped and more than 800 meters long. And they say it's likely to have held Israeli hostages.
800 meters? What a fucking mess,
In the tunnel, we found 5 cells. Each had a toilet and a mattress, enclosed by metal bars. According to testimonies we have, about 20 hostages were held in this tunnel at different times, in difficult conditions, without daylight, with stuffy air, very little oxygen, and terrible humidity that makes it difficult to breathe.
Wow.
But more than 3 months in, Israel still hasn't destroyed Hamas or got the remaining hostages home, and splits are growing here. Anti-war protesters, still few, scuffled with police. Most Israelis have rallied around their flag, but not their prime minister, and his continued opposition to a Palestinian state is angering allies.
I think it's very disappointing that Benjamin Netanyahu has said that. It's not in some senses a surprise. He's spent his entire political career against a two-state solution. But the point is, which other routes is there to seriously resolve this?
Here in Israel, public patience with the war isn't limitless, and US intelligence is reported to have
there's something so scary about the fact that like British fucking conservatives are opposing, like you're so far right that British conservatives are just like, bro, what do you want?
concluded that Israel has only killed between 20 and 30% of Hamas fighters, and that the group has enough weapons to continue striking back for months, raising the spectre of a prolonged conflict. And prolonged suffering on both sides, for children racked with fever but unable to get medicine as Gaza's hospitals run desperately short and a lack of clean water makes disease rife. Doctors resort to a weak syrup to treat the young, often orphaned, but it does little to dull the pain of Gaza's war. Mark Lowen, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Well, for more on this, let's go live now to our Middle East correspondent, Yolande Nell. And Yolande, we're hearing that Hamas is demanding an end to the war in the return for Israeli hostages, but Israel's Prime Minister rejecting this. Just tell us a bit more about what we know about this effort to mediate between the two.
Pretty sure someone showed me a poll the other day of what Israelis think about two states. It's pretty bad. So when people say, what's Israel's end goal? It's like, well, obviously Netanyahu's got a different end goal, and from people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, slightly different. And then the liberals or the left or whatever's left of them in Israel have a different goal. But yeah, it's apparently only 25% of Israelis now support Palestinian state, as opposed to 61% in 2012. Fuck.
Two sides.
So definitely there's been a real renewed...
I think that poll was post October 7th now. After October 7th, 65% oppose it. Yeah. Yep, it's from after, but Jesus, still, wow, not good.
Push by Qatar and Egypt, the key mediators here, to try to get talks going again on a possible hostage release deal. But Hamas has been coming out publicly stating that its position is that it wants a complete ceasefire, it wants a complete withdrawal, it says, of Israeli troops from Gaza before it will allow the hostages to go home. The Israeli Prime Minister came out last night responding to that. He said that there were also demands by Hamas to return some of its captured fighters who'd been involved in the 7th of October attacks. And he said that accepting such demands would amount to a surrender to monsters. So really showing that...
I missed that.
...peace deal here. There's been a real renewed push by Qatar and Egypt, the key mediators here, to try to get talks going again on a possible hostage release deal. But Hamas has been coming out publicly stating that its position is that it wants a complete ceasefire, it wants a complete withdrawal, it says, of Israeli troops from Gaza before it will allow the hostages to go home. The Israeli Prime Minister came out last night responding to that. He said that there were also demands.
Yeah, so I guess Hamas just wants to like keep on governing. Ugh. Are you going to watch the Destiny Shapiro debate if it drops while you're live? Yeah, sure.
By Hamas to return some of its captured fighters who'd been involved in the 7th of October attacks. And he said that accepting such demands would amount to a surrender to monsters.
And they want the ceasefire and the withdrawal, and then they give the hostages back. That's wacky.
So really showing that there is a long way to go before some kind of deal can be done. But at the same time, in Israel, we have a lot of pressure because while the Israeli Prime Minister maintains, along with his defense minister, that only military pressure on Hamas is what's going to bring those hostages back home, of course, there have been emotional rallies by members of the...
Oh, yeah, they also wanted the prisoners who attacked on October 7th. They want them returned to Gaza. That's... Am I insane? I just think that's code for we want to keep fighting because you'll never accept this. Like, yeah.
The families, we've had several military commanders briefing journalists anonymously. A member of the war cabinet who's an ex-Israeli army chief talking and saying that they believe it's only a diplomatic...
They want all the prisoners. Yeah, they want... As far as I remember, that's what I thought. They wanted, like, is it 1,100? 1,100, I think, are without trial, or how many Palestinian prisoners does Israel have? No, okay, it's 4,500. Well, why is it saying 7,000? Is it because someone got released after the hostage deal? 5,200, yeah. It's about 4,000 or 5,000, when about 310 are held without trial. Okay. We're doing 25k casualties in exchange for 5,000 prisoners. Yeah, well. Again, I don't really know what the reasoning is. Retired general explains fascinating development in Russia's war against Ukraine.
Now to the latest in Russia's war on Ukraine. At least 28 people have been killed and dozens injured in a Ukrainian strike near a market today on the outskirts of the Russian-controlled city of Donetsk in eastern Ukraine. This claim coming from a Moscow-appointed official there. Donetsk is one of 4 Ukrainian regions that Moscow illegally annexed in 2022. And
it's funny that they annexed Donetsk, but they still don't even have like half of the region. I guess maybe these are more populated, these areas here in total. God.
Lieutenant General Mark Hertling joins us now to talk about this. He's a CNN military analyst, former U.S. Army commanding general. General Hertling, great to see you as always. What do you make of this development? Very interesting. And where does it go from here?
Well, Jim, a lot of people are saying that it's turned into a stalemate again. I don't believe that personally. Both sides are having challenges. The Ukrainian side are having challenges.
Have you seen the newly released Hamas document talking about October 7th? Nope. You gotta put it in stream chat. I'll have a peep.
With ammunition and resupply and logistics, the Russian side is having challenges with getting their soldiers to fight. Both sides have learned a lot of lessons over the last 2 years. They're trying to apply them. What's interesting about where we are right now is Russia is getting a lot of equipment from North Korea and Iran, using it on the battlefield, both artillery shells and drones. Ukraine, on the other hand, is still getting equipment, but they have that pause from the U.S. and other Western sources at this phase of the campaign. So they can't keep up their momentum. At the same time, though, they're still conducting strikes. And what we're seeing really is a battle of air defense during the wintertime. You remember early last year, I talked about how as we were giving air defense equipment to Ukraine, they couldn't put it everywhere. So there were going to be some strikes in some of their cities. Russia now has the same problem, except this time, Ukraine now has drones and some missiles that they're using to great effects inside of Russian territory. So it's forcing Russia to reconsider where they're placing their air defense instead of getting hit in the rear areas like they were several times today in St. Petersburg, Russia. That's fascinating to me how Ukraine is taking the fight to the rear areas like that right now.
Yeah, a Ukrainian defense source tells CNN that they have carried out a drone attack on a Russian oil terminal on the Gulf of Finland. The source called it a new stage, targeting military facilities and oil depots. What's your assessment of that? And I guess, how does it fit into the overall picture? Because, you know, maybe you and I were talking about this earlier this past week, but Fred Pleiken had this report about commanders, Ukrainian commanders, having to be judicious and thrifty when it comes to how much ammo they use on the battlefield because they're worried about supply lines drying up. But it sounds as though the Ukrainians are still taking the fight to the Russians.
They are, and that's what I just pointed out. We're seeing the very good use of operational targeting. That strike against that oil field, as you said, in the Sea of Finland, is actually against the city of St. Petersburg. That's where that oil field is. By the way, I don't think it's a coincidence that St. Petersburg is the home of President Putin. So what we're seeing right now is some really good operational targets, long-range strikes. I believe it's the fact that the Ukrainian general officers are saying, hey, we can't fight the tactical battle right now because our supply lines are disrupted. So we have to take the fight to the operational and strategic level and hit these Russian logistics targets and threaten their resources and their.
I love that. When you can't fight on the tactical level, so you go fucking guns blazing. Yeah, nice. Take them head on like an anime character.
Stability and their supply, and also threaten their citizens inside of the Russian Federation.
And what do you make of what's happening in Congress right now when it comes to this fight over Ukraine aid? I was talking to both Vindman brothers, Eugene and Alexander, yesterday. And, you know, a comment that you made just a few moments ago just kind of piqued my curiosity, and I wanted to ask you about it. When you said that Iran and North Korea are coming to Russia's aid. I think the argument has been made that Vladimir Putin it benefits if Congress doesn't come to the aid of the Ukrainians. But to some extent, so does Pyongyang and Tehran.
Yeah, absolutely, Jim. You're absolutely right. And what is fascinating to me and just really depressing is the fact that you have these dictatorial and authoritarian axis of North Korea, China, Iran, all providing aid to Russia in this fight. And it's been very effective in both their tactical battles and their strategic battles. And then you have the U.S. Congress dithering. The Republicans in Congress trying to make trade-offs when a nation that's a democratic nation like ours that is looking to us for help for their sovereignty and their freedom, we're debating that. It just doesn't make sense to me from a political perspective as a soldier that this kind of thing would be going on in Congress. We need to change that soon, or we're going to see Ukraine really put on the horns of a dilemma.
Well, that's what I was wondering. How long do you think the Ukrainians can hold out?
It is so fucked that the Republicans are doing that. Like, I don't even know if it's because of any, like, I don't think there's any, like, idealist reasoning behind it or anything like that. I think they're just doing it to bargain or to fuck things up, right? Because that's their whole thing. Just obstruct.
Is there really just no way of knowing that because of the fight that the Ukrainians have shown? That's difficult to quantify, and they still have the ability to conduct asymmetrical attacks like we were talking about earlier.
Well, they do have the ability to conduct those attacks. How long it's going to take, Jim, I don't know. Having been a commander on a battlefield once where the supply lines were interrupted, you have to do a lot of things to adapt to that. I can't imagine what Ukraine is doing right now, what their commanders are having to do when you're talking about the depletion of artillery rounds, the depletion of equipment that's being damaged or destroyed, and how they're making up for it. So in that case, a commander has to pick and choose their fights. And that's tough to do when you're trying to gain momentum in an assault. Both sides, Russia and Ukraine, are in an operational pause right now. Ukraine because of supply difficulties, and I would suggest Russia because their soldiers are getting killed by the dozens, by the hundreds on a daily basis because they're still having challenges with maneuver and attacks in different areas.
All right, General Hertling, great to talk to you as always. Really appreciate it. Important subject. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Jim.
Turning to the conflict in Ukraine, where Ukrainian troops have withdrawn from a small village in the Kharkiv region as Russian forces ramp up pressure in several locations along the front line.
But Ukraine is also striking back, hitting areas within Russia and potentially trying to disrupt Moscow's military operations. CNN's Fred Pleitgen has the details.
The Ukrainians once again demonstrating their long-distance strike capability, in this case claiming to have hit an oil depot near the town of St. Petersburg. Now, this depot is about 100 miles west of St. Petersburg on the Gulf of Finland, and the Ukrainians are saying that it's a very important one for the Russians because there they make an array of products, including jet fuel, and the Ukrainians say that some of those products are used by the Russian military. In other words, the Ukrainians say they consider this to be a legitimate target. Now, if the drone was indeed flown from Ukrainian territory, it would have flown hundreds of miles across Russia to then reach that area. That area of Russia that it would have flown over also has a lot of very capable air defenses, so certainly a big feat by the Ukrainians if indeed they flew that drone out of Ukrainian-held territory. And also, all this comes only days after the Russians also said that they had taken down a Ukrainian drone in an area around where the strike has now happened. Now, all of this is going on while the war continues to be in full swing. The Russian-held area of Donetsk saying that many people were killed in Ukrainian shelling on Sunday. The Ukrainians are also saying that they are trying to defend against Russian pushes that are happening along the east and southeast of the front line. The Russians are saying that they managed to take a village from the Ukrainians in the Kharkiv area as the Russian military continues to push. For Pleitkin, CNN in eastern Ukraine.
Okay. As far as I know, is Congress not still in a deadlock over Ukrainian funding? Is that not what's happening? Last I saw that Biden was willing to negotiate something to let the aid go through. But yeah, it looks like it's still ongoing. No new funding. Yeah, fuck. Ooh. Hamas's document on Operation Al-Aqsa flood. Let's edit the stream title for that. Hamas. Oh. 18 pages. Let's see what they had to say, eh? Okay. Our narrative. Operation Al-Aqsa flood. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Our steadfast Palestinian people, the Arab and Islamic nations, the free peoples worldwide, and those who advocate for freedom, justice, and human dignity. In light of the ongoing Israeli aggression on the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and as our people continue their battle for independence, dignity, and breaking free from the longest ever occupation during which they have drawn the finest displays of bravery and heroism in confronting the Israeli murder machine and aggression. We would like to clarify to our people and the free peoples of the world the reality of what happened on October 7th, the motives behind its general context related to the Palestinian cause, as well as a refutation to the Israeli allegations and to put the facts into perspective. Damn. First, why Operation Al-Aqsa flood? The battle of the Palestinian people against occupation and colonialism did not start on October 7th, but started 105 years ago, including 30 years of British colonialism and 75 years of Zionist occupation. So when they say 75 years of occupation, again, they mean all of it. They mean Israel is occupied, because obviously Gaza and the West Bank were not occupied by Israel 75 years ago. That was Jordan and Egypt. Okay. In 1918, the Palestinian people owned 98.5% of the Palestine land and represented 92% of the population on the land of Palestine. Is this... Hang on. Let's just... I don't think they owned all that land. That was land that was controlled by the fucking... by the Empire, the Ottomans, and then by the British, a lot of it. They didn't own all that, yeah. That's not true. What actually was the percentage, though, of ownership? As far as I thought, it was quite low. I guess they're not going to footnote this, are they? Okay. Oh, God. While the Jews who were brought to Palestine in mass immigration campaigns in coordination between the British colonial authorities and the Zionist movement managed to seize control of not more than 6% of the lands in Palestine and to be 31% of the population prior to 1918 when the Zionist entity was announced on the historic land of Palestine. This is so, again, what the first Aliyah, when they came in like during the Ottomans in the 1800s, does that not count then? Are they authentic like Jewish migrants? Also, in coordination between British colonial authorities, the British tried to limit Jewish immigration. They limited it, I think, from 1918 to 1920. They limited it after the Arab Revolt in the late 30s. So, okay. At that time, the Palestinian people were denied from the right to self-determination, and the Zionist gangs engaged in an ethnic cleansing campaign against the Palestinian people aimed at expelling them from their land and areas. As a result, the Zionist gangs seized control by force of 77% of the land of Palestine, where they expelled 57% of the people of Palestine and destroyed over 500 Palestinian villages and towns and committed dozens of massacres against the Palestinians, which all culminated in the establishment of the Zionist entity in 1940. They're not going to cite sources of it. This is just like the standard fucking Hamas like brain rot history. Oh, someone in chat. Okay, sorry. Are they not allowed to call it Israel? No, yeah, they have to call it the Zionist entity. That's like, so that's the, yeah, you have to. It's that's the right thing to call it, apparently. Zionist gangs engage. I guess they're not going to say that there was like a war, right? And the partition plan offering less than 77%. Again, you can say, I don't even know why they wouldn't like, oh, I know why, because it's propaganda, right? But obviously, if you were a bit more honest, and even still being pro-Palestine, you could say that there was the partition plan that was rejected because they had no say in the immigration that took place or the Balfour Declaration in the first place, but they rejected it, and then the Zionists accepted it, and they declared a war, and the 4 or 5 different Arab armies across the borders to try, yeah, but they couldn't imagine any of that, or like the civil war that started before that. I don't know. Getting a bit tired now. More in continuation of the aggression, the Israeli forces in 1967 occupied the rest of Palestine, including the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and Jerusalem, in addition to Arab territories around Palestine. Again, like it's all Israeli aggression. There's nothing from like Nasser or the Jordanians, and yeah, look. And the Soviets, the big naughty Soviets, telling Egypt that Israel was amassing troops at the Syrian border. I feel like I'm just, I feel like kind of like weird just repeating all this shit that I've done so often. I'm just going to read this. Fuck it. We're just going to read it. Over these long decades, the Palestinian people suffered all forms of oppression, injustice, expropriation of their fundamental rights, and apartheid policies. The Gaza Strip, for example, suffered as of 2007 from a suffocating blockade over 17 years, which turned it to be the largest open-air prison in the world. The Palestinian people in Gaza also suffered from 5 destructive wars, aggressions, all of which Israel, in quotation marks, was the offending party. The people in Gaza in 2018 also initiated the March of Return demonstrations to peacefully protest the Israeli blockade, their misery, humanitarian conditions, and to demand their right to return. However, the Israeli occupation forces responded to these protests with brutal force, by which 360 Palestinians were killed and 19,000 others were injured, including over 5,000 children in a matter of a few months. According to official figures, in the period between January 2000 and September 2023, the Israeli occupation killed 11,299 Palestinians and injured 156,768 others. The great majority of them were civilians. Unfortunately, the US administration and its allies did not pay attention to the suffering of the Palestinian people over the past years, but provided cover to the Israeli aggression. They only lamented the Israeli soldiers who were killed on October 7th. Uh-oh. even without seeking the truth of what happened, and wrongfully walked behind the Israeli narrative in condemning an alleged targeting of Israeli civilians. The US administration provided the financial and military support to the Israeli occupation massacres against the Palestinian civilians and the brutal aggression on the Gaza Strip, and still, the US officials continue to ignore what the Israeli occupation forces commit in Gaza of mass killing. I may find out the thing about land ownership. I want to find out the answer to that. They're right about the Jews only owning about 6% of the land by the end of the mandate. That's true. I'm just wondering about the... You sent it in the stream chat. Village statistics. This is 45, though. Data on land ownership. Is this it here? It's in fucking French. Nice. What's this saying? This is population, though, isn't it? This isn't ownership. No, land ownership by sub-districts. Ownership. Is it ownership, though, or is it just population? Okay. What percentage of did the non-Jewish Palestinians own? Yeah, I don't know. That's why I don't know. Because I thought most of the land in historic Palestine in like 1918 was it was owned by like wealthy landowners, some of whom were like didn't even live in Palestine. Like, a lot of them lived in like Beirut and fucking Jordan and shit. Yeah, but that's how I thought it worked. I thought there was like, but I don't know how much of the land was actually public, like owned by the Ottomans or by the British. That's what I don't know. But it could have been actually. It could have actually been them owning that much of it. And obviously there was the big problem where like landowners who, even some landowners who did have nationalistic sentiments, still sold land to the Zionists because the demand was so high. Yeah. Pretty. Yeah, that I'm sure that land ownership debate would be kind of complex though, because of the way that land ownership rules changed between the Ottomans and the British. There would probably be a lot of weird fucking technicalities and people living on land that like could technically have more than one owner. Yeah, I don't know. The Israeli violations and brutality were documented by many UN organizations and international human rights groups, including Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, and even documented by Israeli human rights groups. However, these reports and testimonies were ignored, and the Israeli occupation is yet to be held accountable. For example, on October 29, 2021, Israel's ambassador to the UN, Gilad Erdan, insulted the UN system by tearing up a report for the UN Human Rights Council during an address at the General Assembly and threw it in a dustbin before leaving the podium. Yet he was appointed in the following year, 2022, to the post of Vice President of the UN General Assembly. The US administration and its Western allies have always been treating Israel as a state above the law. They provide it with the needed cover to maintain prolonging the occupation and cracking down on the Palestinian people, and also allowing quotation marks Israel to exploit such situation and expropriate further Palestinian lands and to Judaize their sanctities and holy sites. Despite the fact that the UN had issued more than 900 resolutions over the past 75 years in favor of the Palestinian people, Israel rejected to abide by any of these resolutions, and the US veto was always present at the UN Security Council to prevent any condemnation to Israel's policies and violations. Again, I would be very intrigued if about Hamas's position on 242, because 242 gives Israel like the 48 borders, which they call an occupation and an entity that's not like a real country. But okay, it's the whole thing where people appeal to laws, like people appealing to international law when they don't give a fuck about international law is very, very standard. Is there any evidence that comes from Hamas? What, this document? It was released by Hamas. Like, it's a Hamas document, Hamas media office. Yeah. As for the peaceful settlement process, despite the fact that the Oslo Accords signed in 1993 with Palestinian Liberation Organization stipulated the establishment of a Palestinian independent state in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, Israel systematically destroyed every possibility to establish the Palestinian state through a wide campaign of settlement construction and Judaization of the Palestinian lands and the occupied West Bank and Jerusalem. Again, this is not true either. Like, they didn't stop settlement construction, but they only constructed within settlements that already existed. They didn't like expand onto land that was going to be part of Palestine. Again, you can say that's wrong. It was wrong that they were building more houses in settlements that they already controlled. But it's absolutely not the same as like what they're saying here. I don't think would anyone say, is that why? Are they saying the settlements were like the number one reason that the peace process fell apart? I don't even know the pro-Palestinian narrative said that. I thought they would have said something like Netanyahu's kind of like dithering and fucking about with security arrangements in the Jordan Valley, the demilitarization, which would have made it less than a sovereign state, the non-contiguous borders. Yeah, I thought they would have said all that. Like, I don't know. The Israeli officials confirmed at several occasions their absolute rejection to the establishment of a Palestinian state. Okay, just again, just to be clear, it was Arafat who rejected the state offer with no counter offer. But okay, again, they can. I don't know why. Like, if you were being honest, you could just say it was right that he opposed it because the terms were like unacceptable to Palestinians. But okay, just 1 month before Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin. Hamas are also not saying that they had no interest in the peace process anyway. Not that Israel like sabotaged it and all that, but like Hamas sabotaged it as well. They didn't want it to happen. Just 1 month before Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu presented a map of a so-called New Middle East, depicting Israel stretching from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, including the West Bank and Gaza. That is true, he did do that. The entire world at that UN General Assembly's podium were silent towards his speech, full of arrogance and ignorance towards the rights of the Palestinian people. After 75 years of relentless occupation and suffering, and after failing all initiatives for liberation and return to our people, and also after the disastrous results of the so-called peace process, what did the world expect from the Palestinian people to do in response to the following? It's funny that like this narrative is, yeah, people saying it like, it's, I feel like if I wanted like second thought to do a video on the history of Israel-Palestine, it would be exactly like this. God. So similar. The Israeli Judaization plans to the Blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque, its temporal and spatial division attempts, as well as the intensification of the Israeli settlers' incursions into the Holy Mosque. The practices of the extremist and right-wing Israeli government, which is practically taking steps towards annexing the entire West Bank and Jerusalem into the so-called Israel's sovereignty, amid plans on the Israeli official table to expel Palestinians from their homes and areas. Thousands of Palestinian detainees in Israeli jails who are experiencing deprivation of their basic rights, as well as assaults and humiliations, under the direct supervision of the Israeli fascist minister Itamar Ben-Gvir. Damn. Bro, these guys know their audience. It's actually, this is like really impressive. As far as propaganda goes, these guys are so on it. Like Like how they can say this after like taking hostages, like and treating them the way they have. Yeah, okay. The unjust air, sea, and land blockade imposed on the Gaza Strip over 17 years. The expansion of the Israeli settlements across for the West Bank in an unprecedented level, as well as the daily violence perpetrated by settlers against Palestinians and their properties. The 7 million Palestinians living in extreme conditions in refugee camps and other areas who wish to return to their lands and who were expelled 75 years ago, and who were also denied citizenship rights by the other countries. The failure of the international community and the complicity, I guess, of superpowers to prevent the establishment of a state. Okay. What was expected from the Palestinian people after all of that? To keep waiting and to keep counting on the helpless UN, or to take the initiative in defending the Palestinian people, lands, rights, and sanctities, knowing that the Defense Act is a right enshrined in international laws, norms, and conventions. Just so you know, it's not actually enshrined in international laws to paraglide over into a different country and kill a bunch of fucking hippies. Like it's not, and kidnap hostages. Not actually supposed to do that. Are they gonna deny that the hostages are civilians? Is that enshrined in international law? It's like Twitter threads. They're just using all the Twitter arguments. This is like, actually, this is all the arguments that the fucking F in chat. That's not my Streamlabs. Small f. Is that a real F or a small f? Or have I been fucked off of YouTube? Uh-oh. Am I here, guys? Okay. I'm trying to find, is there going to be any point here where this deviates from like the standard tanky narratives on Palestine? I don't even, okay. The events of Operation Al-Aqsa Flood and responses to the Israeli allegations. Oh no, they're addressing the allegations. Let's go. In light of the Israeli fabricated accusations and allegations over Operation Al-Aqsa Flood on October 7th and its repercussions, we in the Islamic resistance movement, Hamas, clarify the following. Operation Al-Aqsa Flood on October 7th targeted the Israeli military sites and sought to arrest the enemy's soldiers to pressure on the Israeli authorities to release the thousands of Palestinians held in Israeli jails through a prisoner exchange deal. Therefore, the operation focused on destroying the Israeli army's Gaza division, the Israeli military sites stationed near the Israeli settlements around Gaza. So it does deviate. They say killing civilians is wrong. Tankies don't say. Okay, that's true. Yeah, so they actually do identify Israeli civilians. That's really interesting that Hamas says that. They think there is such a thing as an Israeli civilian, despite thinking that it's like a Zionist entity that's all like that should never exist. That's wild. Golly. Arrest the enemies. Yeah, fuck. Were there soldiers in those kibbutz? Well, obviously not. Avoiding harm to civilians, especially children, women, and elderly people, is a religious and moral commitment by all the Al-Qassam Brigade's fighters. We reiterate that the Palestinian resistance was fully disciplined and committed to the Islamic values during the operation, and that the Palestinian fighters only targeted the occupation soldiers and those who carried weapons against our people. In the meantime, the Palestinian fighters were keen to avoid harming civilians, despite the fact that the resistance does not possess precise weapons. In addition, if there was any case of targeting civilians, it happened accidentally and in the course of the confrontation with the occupation forces. This fucking bro, they're actually like, wow. Oh God, like I would, if people spoke to each other more, I would love to ask like second thought how he feels about the fact that Hamas sees some Israelis as civilians, but he doesn't. It's just fucking mental. Oh, God. It's annoying though, because like obviously it's YouTube and I can't like show you any of the fucking videos of literally like them paragliding into that festival where which wasn't a military site by any means, and also like them just like chasing a guy like all the way down into a car park and he falls over and puts his hand up and the guy just shoots him point blank in the face, or them stopping like normal cars, like civilian cars from just coming through into the south and them just blocking them and shooting into the windows. Like, oh well, but I guess we can't. Oh well. Since the establishment in 1987, the Hamas movement committed itself to avoiding harm to civilians. After Zionist criminal Baruch Goldstein in 1994 committed a massacre against Palestinian worshippers in the Al Ibrahimi Mosque in occupied Hebron City, the Hamas movement announced an initiative to avoid civilians the brunt of fighting by all parties. But the Israeli occupation rejected it and even did not give any comment on it. The Hamas movement also repeated such calls several times, but received by a deaf ear from the Israeli occupation, which continued its deliberate targeting and killing of Palestinian civilians. So the thing I don't get about this is like, I thought Hamas claimed responsibility for a lot of the suicide bombings, for most of them in the Second Intifada. Was this like, did they say that they were trying to avoid carried out by Hamas together with Islamic Jihad in the Sbarro restaurant? Train station? Bus stops? Like shopping center? They claimed responsibility for these. So this just like, yeah. Damn. Or are they saying that, wait, after 1994, they announced an initiative to avoid civilians? No, yeah, after 94, yeah. They said that they announced to avoid civilian kill. Okay. Maybe some faults happened during Operation Al-Aqsa Flood's implementation due to the rapid collapse of the Israeli security and military system and the chaos caused along the border with areas with Gaza. As attested by many, the Hamas movement dealt in a positive and kind manner with all civilians who have been held in Gaza and sought from the earliest days of aggression to release them. And that's what happened during the week-long humanitarian truce where those civilians were released in exchange of releasing Palestinian women and children from Israeli jails. Uh-oh. Yeah, they did mistake a lot of kibbutz villages for military bases. Big mistake. It's kind of the same accuracy as the rockets, I guess. All right. What the Israeli occupation promoted of allegations that the Al-Qassam brigades on October 7th were targeting Israeli civilians are nothing but complete lies and fabrications. The source of these allegations is the Israeli official narrative, and no independent source proved any of them. Okay. I mean, that's just, again, like how many independent journalists were taken into, even Owen Jones like acknowledged this. Yeah, I keep saying even Owen Jones, but yeah, fuck. It's like journalists from like, is it 50 or 100 different countries that they took to look at all that, like all the footage and to go over people who were doing not autopsies, but like forensics and shit. Yeah. I don't know. Here are some details that go against the Israeli allegations. Video clips taken on that day, October 7th, along with testimonies by Israelis themselves that were released later, showed that the Al-Qassam Brigade's fighters didn't target civilians, and many Israelis were killed by the Israeli army and police due to their confusion. Okay. It has also been firmly refuted the lie of 40 beheaded baby. There it is, hey, by the Palestinian fighters, and even Israeli sources denied this lie. Many of the Western media agencies unfortunately adopted this allegation and promoted it. Again, where's the original source for 40 beheaded babies? It was a French news website, yeah. I think this is what they say here. Like, this is a story about it. Correspondent for the privately owned Israeli news outlet I-24 News said in the video that Israeli soldiers had told her they'd found babies, their heads cut off. The video has been viewed more than 11 million times on X, according to his view counter. Another tweet, Zedek wrote that soldiers told her they believe 40 babies/children were killed. Again, I think it was like 36 now, we know, like young children that were killed. Somehow, those two bits of information were connected. The story became 40 babies were beheaded in the British press today. And in the British press today, about 6 or 7 newspapers had it on their front pages. That's pretty irresponsible. 37, was it? Yeah. But the actual story is that some people were beheaded and around not far off of 40 babies, like young kids were killed. I was like, okay. Not far off. The suggestion that Palestinian fighters committed rape against Israeli women was fully denied, including by the Hamas movement. Hey. A report by the Mondo East news website on December 1st, 2023, among others, said there is lack of any evidence of mass rape allegedly perpetrated by Hamas members on October 7th, and that Israel used such allegation to fuel the genocide in Gaza. What did these guys say? What is this website? I don't know these guys. Whoa. This is 1st of December. Sexual and gender-based violence, collective punishment. This is about Israel. 2023. Did they have another article about it on that day? What else were they saying in December? Mondo East, Hamas rape. Oh, did they get the date wrong? Did they get the date wrong? It's on the 8th of December, not the 1st. Lack of that, yeah. What is this website? Was this before or after the testimonies of all those witnesses and first responders saying what they'd seen? Let me see. Is it Washington Post? November. When did New York Times talk about it? '28th of December. UN expert will investigate. That was 10th of January. Didn't even know about that. Okay, let's go back to it. Again, fucking... Like, if you want to fucking dig around, it's not that difficult. Oh, yeah, okay. If you want to dig around, it's not that difficult to find like videos of Israelis like arriving on the scene, seeing like a fucking like a dead woman, and she's got like her fucking skirt lifted up. Like, it's not hard to find that stuff online, like after the attacks. But I think Beast Process wants to come in.
Yo.
How's it going?
It's going okay. Wow.
I'm very impressed that they're
yeah.
they appeal to Western values and shit like that, like and all that, like sensibility is much better than like people from these parts of the world. Like,
yeah, they've been doing, like, I've been following them, like their statements like this in Arabic for like a while. They've been doing this. Like, I feel like this is like such a funny moment to me because like This is like I only really want to say this one comment too. Like when I saw people on the internet, right, like on the tanky side of of Twitter, and they're just like, there is no distinction between there are no Israeli civilians, like that kind of thing. I was like, wow, what an opinion. And then I'm reading like the Arabic press, right, and you have Hamas saying that they that they make that distinction themselves. You know what I mean? Like rhetorically, it's a smart thing to do, right? You don't want to admit you don't make a distinction. That's like I'm committing war crimes and you're announcing it, right? It's like it's funny to me, like that, like you're reading that, like kind of like that the dissonance between like the Western left and how they perceive like what's allowed, and like Hamas and like their own like, you know, what's the word? How they relate to the public, right? Like they're in their own public relations. It's really funny. It's really funny because like these delusional fucks just think, yeah,
it's just
like even they understand that would make them look bad. It's really funny.
Yeah, but I guess that's the problem, is like, because at least like with Hamas or any of these other dudes, is like they still have like, they do understand that public relations, like they're important, and they have like political goals or like some kind of A to B plans, I guess. But compared to like, I guess like Western tankies, like I guess they've kind of conceded defeat a long time ago, so they're just kind of like they don't care about losing support, or like they're not trying to win elections or gain votes or gain support. Yeah, I don't know, it's just weird.
Yeah. I feel like they've kind of like there are people like they're opposed to Israel, and then you know there are people like us who are opposed to Israel, and they've kind of just accepted that like Hamas is in control of the pace. You know what I mean? That they're the ones in charge, and they just don't give a shit anymore about like taking the initiative themselves. But that's why it makes it like really like fucking hilarious. That, like this is how they talk, right? Yeah. Anyway, that's all I had to say. You can just.
Okay. Thanks. All right. Oh God. I feel like all I do is fucking fight with leftists. I can't help it. Sorry. Shit. It's not all I do, to be fair, but I feel like there needs to be a. I feel like there needs to be a call out here. I don't know. Oh shit. I feel like it's there's this whole thing about propaganda that I think is it's this art of things that you want to inject a few things that are not true to bolster your narrative. Like it benefits you to do that, but it's this wonderful like pattern, like this really impressive pattern of weaving in things that are true, things that are technically true, and then things that are completely false, and just having this like. But it's also the fact that it's consistent, right? Because people who say Israelis are not civilians, they will appeal to law all the time. They'll appeal to international humanitarian law and like liberal sensibilities all the time. Like they'll say, oh, it's the illegal occupation, or it's the illegal settlements, or it is legal to fight back against the occupation. They'll say all that, but then they'll have this really contradictory thing about how it's okay to kill people who are recognized internationally as civilians. So it's funny that like Hamas were able to do that, but in a more consistent way, because Hamas are appealing to international law, or their interpretation of international law, all the way throughout. But they're doing it consistently, which is very interesting to me. Okay, where are we? Oh yeah, the mass rape shit. Okay, according to two reports by the Israeli Yedioth Aronoth newspaper on October 10th and the Haaretz newspaper on November 18th, many Israeli civilians were killed by an Israeli military helicopter, especially those who were in the Nova Music Festival near Gaza, where 364 Israeli civilians were killed. Again, let's have a look at this one, because this is, I know about the, I thought the Haaretz one was, hang on. Any chance you can talk to the traveling? I told you I emailed him. He didn't reply. Told you. The helicopter that killed its own people. Was this actually on an Israeli outlet? Because all I saw talking about this was like Electronic Intifada and Middle East Monitor. That's not the same as the Haaretz article. I thought they were talking about there was one, and this is true, there was one hostage situation in one of the kibbutz where an Israeli tank fired on a building that had hostages in it. And I think like 14 people died. 14 Israelis died. The helicopter thing, I think, was just from some stupid fucking like viral TikTok video that turned out to be completely fucking bullshit. What did I didn't know this, that France 24 have a truth or fake section.
Time for truth or fake. Catalina's by the big board. Good evening to you, Catalina.
Truth or fake?
Now, you've got a video here. Some users claiming that it shows leaked IDF footage, IDF being Israeli.
They should have called it fake or facts, because it alliterates.
Defense Force footage from the Nova Music Festival. That was the one that was attacked in horrific circumstances on October the 7th. Tell us what this is purporting to show.
That's right, Marka. Let's take a look at the extremely viral video. It's been viewed over 30 million times on X already since it's been published. On November 9th, we have the video right here. That is a video that is 14 seconds long. It's an infrared military Air Force video where we also see the logo of the IDF on the far right. And it's
I know what to make of all this. That's like 33 JDAMs. It's the sound of that green is actually a famous Israeli chemical weapon. Yeah, this was the Syrian girl's post.
To show an IDF pilot shooting at targets on the ground from an Air Force helicopter. So let's take a look at the main accounts that are sharing this video. We have this post by Syrian girl that's been seen over 28 million times on X already since it's been published. The post reads, breaking: Israel admits Apache helicopters fired on their own civilians running from the Supernova Music Festival. Then others take these claims even further, and they claim that these images that we see are leaked images, footage from the IDF. As they claim, bombshell leaked footage from the Israeli Air Forces prove it was the IDF that took out on its own citizens with Apache helicopters on October 7th at the music festival. So a video that they show, that they pretend to show IDF pilots shooting at their own civilians. Mark.
The death toll at the Supernova Music Festival was immense, and it was horrific what we saw there and what happened there. What does this video really show, Catalina?
Well, Mark, the video is real, but these claims are fake and misleading. First of all,
and today on Fake or Facts, we got a big old fake. I love it. I love how they present this. This is so funny. Welcome to Fake or Facts. They need a theme tune and shit.
Well, contrary to these claims, this video does not show IDF leaked footage. The IDF published this footage themselves on their official account on X. On October 9th, we have the publication here for you where they show a compilation of images showing Israeli Air Force attacks being carried out on the Gaza Strip against Hamas terrorists. And towards the end of the compilation, as you can see, it's a 2-minute compilation. Here we found the same images as the ones that are being shared in the fake claims. This information that they published on X was also confirmed to us by the IDF via WhatsApp, where they say that the video shared on their account shows attacks in the Gaza Strips against Hamas terrorists. They also explain that more specifically they were shooting at terrorists that were trying to penetrate into Israel. Then also contrary to the claims, the video did not take place anywhere near the Nova Festival grounds or Israeli grounds as demonstrated by GeoConfirmed. The video that was in the viral claims actually took place 10 kilometers away from the Nova Music Festival. It took place in this area right here close to the Gaza Strip, close to these two kibbutz that are close to the Gaza Strips. So what 10 kilometers away, one from another. Hence a video that has no relation with the Nova Music Festival whatsoever. Mark.
So, disinformation, misinformation based on Israeli Defense Force testimony from the day of the attacks. Do explain.
That's right, Mark. Following the Hamas attacks.
As far as I know, people did say that friendly fire did kill like 3 or 4 people from the helicopters. Was that not true? And then 14 in the tank situation in the kibbutz.
Israel that took place on October 7th. There are many testimonies.
These are the same people who killed 3 of their own hostages. Not hard to believe. What the difference between killing 3, which was reprehensible, like killing 3 of your hostages as they're running towards you in Gaza, is that comparable to spraying a field full of your own fucking civilians as they're running away? You fucking retard! Jesus Christ!
Testimonies that came out to speak to Israeli media. Here we have one from N12 and Ynet, reported on N12. These testimonies were IDF pilots and first responders to the Hamas attacks that day. They explained to Israeli media how difficult it was from the air to distinguish between terrorists and civilians, or between kidnappers and those who were being kidnapped in the combat arena. They explain in these articles that what they saw at the beginning of this air operation was...
Oh, these are the testimonies that people clipped up when they said this and tried to make it look like they were just spraying on fucking... This is why I know, yeah. This is Max Blumenthal was fucking doing this, yeah.
Complete chaos. And in fact, here reported by Haaretz, a journalist on X, who says that this 48-year-old man that we see in this picture was killed by the IDF after being mistakenly identified as a terrorist on that day in the Nahal Oz kibbutz. So due to the chaos that day, the risk of killing civilians was not non-existent, unfortunately. Mark.
Catalina, with 2 thoughts.
Lorderbox, do you deny their helicopter opened fire? Oh, the helicopter fired. The military helicopter fired at something. Am I going to deny that? When I even just said it was possible, it seemed likely that at least a couple of civilians did actually die, but just not anywhere near like a substantial number of like the 200 or 300 people that died at the festival. I don't know, are you just moving the goalpost now? Is that it? Like, are you going to deny, oh, the helicopter didn't open? No, actually, that's my original claim. My original claim was that this military helicopter just kind of flew around and then flew away again. You know, they were just there to survey the mess. Is that what you're trying to do? Trying to move the goalposts. You need a real man to pick up those goalposts for you. Fucking shuffle them around. Jesus. Blumenthal claims that many Israelis died from crazed, indiscriminate fire by helicopter pilots. He uses 3 Israeli sources. Article from the... I should have actually looked at the details of this properly. Let's see. I don't remember how the quotes exactly were used, but I just remember that they were jumbled. 3 Israeli sources from the Mako, Channel 12, Ynet, all contradict his assessment. Blumenthal simply edits a few quotes from the article to fit his lies. This is from Haaretz, by the way, talking about it. A crosshead in the Grey Zone's article uses a partial quote, Israeli Apache helicopters attack inside Israel. I find myself in a dilemma as to what to shoot at. The full sentence of the article says, I find myself in a dilemma as to what to shoot at because there are so many of them, terrorists. The omission in the crosshead changes the meaning. Blumenthal wants to create the impression that the pilot was in a dilemma because he didn't know if people he saw were civilians or terrorists, when in fact the pilot was in a dilemma as to which terrorists it was more urgent to stop. To support his claim that the pilots let loose a fury of cannon and missile fire onto Israeli areas below, he uses another partial quote. He writes, quoting the Hebrew language Mako article, the Apache pilots testify that they fired a huge amount of munitions, emptied the belly of the helicopter in minutes, flew to rearm and returned to the air again, and again. But it didn't help, and they understand it. Blumenthal omits the sentence that follows. The pilots told about missiles they shot that killed terrorists, but others who were near those terrorists continued further into Israel in a murderous frenzy. He also omits the sentence that explains what the pilot means by it didn't help. At the end, you look at the outcome and it's over 1,400 murdered. It's the old numbers. But no pilot testified that they were determined to empty the helicopter's belly out of rage and without purpose, as Blumenthal implies. Oh, so he butchered the quote. Okay. Let's find the source. Let's see. Damn. Max Blum. Can I not translate if it's fucking archived? Oh my god. Ooh! Using an ellipsis to delete part of a quote. The pilots realized that there was tremendous difficulty in distinguishing within the occupied outposts and settlements who was a terrorist and who was a soldier and civilian. The rate of fire against the thousands of terrorists was tremendous at first, and only at a certain point did the pilots begin to slow down the attacks and carefully select the targets. Also, in between here. The following words were omitted and replaced by the ellipsis. A decision was made that the first mission of the combat helicopters and the armed drones was to stop the flow of terrorists and the murderous mob that poured into Israeli territory through the gaps in the fence. Oh. I don't know how many Israeli civilians would have been hanging around at the gaps in the fence, my guy. Where's the guy? Where is he? Mo Plum. Thoughts? Go on, Mo Plum. Say something stupid. Go on. Say it. Give me your copium. Deliver the cope. Other Israeli testimonies confirmed that the Israeli army raids and soldier operations killed many Israeli captives and their captors. This was the 14. Many. Well done, Hamas. That's very good. The Israeli occupation army bombed the houses in the Israeli settlements where Palestinian fighters and Israelis were inside, in a clear application of the Israeli army notorious Hannibal Directive, which clearly says that it's better a dead civilian hostage or soldier than taken alive, to avoid engaging in a prisoner swap with the Palestinian resistance. Was it all the houses, or I thought it was one house that was bombed by a tank? Not bombed, it was hit by a tank. But I guess I don't know. Splitting hairs. Furthermore, the occupation authorities revised the number of their killed soldiers and civilians from 1,400 to 1,200, after finding that 200 burnt corpses had belonged to the Palestinian fighters who were killed and mixed with Israeli corpses. That one is true. This means that the one who killed the fighters is the one who killed the Israelis. That's maybe not the most logical inference. Okay. Knowing that only the Israeli army possesses military planes that killed, burned, and destroyed Israeli areas on October 7th. Okay. Hannibal is not practiced anymore, not intentionally at least. Yeah, I know, that's why, but I think there is a demand for an investigation into that house, into that one building that was hit by a tank, because they are asking if the Hannibal Directive was invoked or not, or if it was like a fuck up, or if it was like reckless, or if it was like poor targeting, or like why they did that, like why they hit that house that had hostages in it. The Israeli heavy aerial raids across Gaza that led to the death of nearly 60 Israeli captives, because again, I know some of these claims are kind of mental, but it's not like beyond the pale that Israel is like insanely reckless with their like military action. Like they are quite mental. So the idea that they would do that like when they didn't need to, or like that kind of like, so yeah, it's not unforeseeable. Yeah. Especially in such an unprecedented event, you know? The Israeli heavy aerial raids across Gaza that led to the death of nearly 60 Israeli captives also proved that the Israeli occupation does not care about the life of their captives in Gaza. Wow. It is also a matter of fact that a number of Israeli settlers in settlements around Gaza were armed and clashed with Palestinian fighters on October 7th. Those settlers were registered as civilians, while the fact is they were armed men fighting alongside the Israeli army. What? Damn. Hamas are anti-Second Amendment, I see. God damn. Hamas would have convicted Kyle Rittenhouse, chat. When speaking about Israeli civilians, it must be known that conscription applies to all Israelis above the age of 18, males who serve 32 months of military service and females who serve 24 months, where all can carry and use arms. This is based on the Israeli security theory of an armed people, which turned the Israeli entity into an army with a country attached. Okay. This kind of is the there are no civilians thing. Almost. But they still distinguish. The brutal killing of civilians is a systematic approach of the Israeli entity, and one of the means to humiliate the Palestinian people. The mass killing of Palestinians in Gaza is clear evidence of such an approach. The Al Jazeera news channel said in a documentary that in 1 month of the Israeli aggression on Gaza, the daily average killing of Palestinian children in Gaza was 136, while the average of children killing in Ukraine in the course of the Russian-Ukrainian war was 1 child every day. Again, we don't have the same situation where like the Ukrainians can count every death. That's why for Russian occupied parts of Ukraine, like Mariupol and places that were besieged, the estimates are much higher. I think we can only estimate based on like just the way that they're estimating for Mariupol, how many people died there, is by looking at the amount of fucking mass graves that are appearing on the edges of the city. And through that, they've been able to estimate around 75,000. So, in less time, admittedly, but still, it's like the Russia-Ukraine comparison is very dubious, I guess, because it's like a lot of different parameters. Those who defend the Israeli aggression, this wouldn't surprise me though, that there was this many a day. Those who defend the Israeli aggression do not look at the events in an objective manner, but rather go to justify the Israeli mass killing of Palestinians by saying there would be casualties among civilians when attacking Hamas fighters. However, they would not use such assumption when it comes to the Al-Aqsa flood event on October 7th. We are confident that any fair and independent inquiries will prove the truth of our narrative and will prove the scale of lies and misleading information on the Israeli side. This also includes the Israeli allegations regarding the hospitals in Gaza, that the Palestinian resistance used them as command centers, an allegation that was not proven and was refuted by reports of many Western press agencies. Okay. Towards a transparent international investigation. There's going to be genocide convention? Who is Hamas? What is needed? Okay, let's go for all of it. Palestine is a member state of the International Criminal Court and it acceded to its Rome Statute in 2015. When Palestine asked for investigation into Israeli war crimes committed on its territories, it was faced by Israeli intransigence and rejection, and threats to punish the Palestinians for the request to ICC. Are they claiming they didn't intentionally kill any civilians? Yeah, they are, yeah. They're claiming they tried to avoid killing civilians, yeah. It is also unfortunate to mention that there were great powers which claimed to be holding values of justice, completely sided with the occupation narrative, and stood against the Palestinian moves in the international justice system. These powers want to keep Israel as a state above the law and to ensure it escapes liability and accountability. We urge these countries, especially the US administration, Germany and Canada and the UK, if they are meant for justice as they to prevail as they claim. They ought to announce their support to the course for the investigation in all crimes committed in occupied Palestine and to give full support for the international courts to effectively do their job. Despite having doubts from these countries to stand by justice, we still urge the ICC prosecutor and his team to immediately and urgently come to occupied Palestine to look into the crimes and violations committed there, rather than merely observing the situation remotely or being subject to the Israeli restrictions. This is just, I guess, like legal stuff. Oh, we'll do all of it, fuck it. December 2022. The UN General Assembly passed a resolution seeking opinion of the International Court of Justice on the legal consequences of Israel's illegal occupation of Palestinian territories. Those few countries who backed Israel, quotation marks, announced their rejection to the move that was approved by nearly 100 countries. And when our people and their legal and rights groups sought to pursue prosecutions against the Israeli war criminals in front of the European countries' courts, through the system of universal jurisdiction, the European regimes obstructed the moves in favor of the Israeli war criminals to remain running free. Palestine acceded to the Rome Statute on 2015. Palestine being the PA or Hamas? Probably the PA, no? Israel pushed back, saying that Palestine is not a sovereign state. Okay, good chat. The legal validity of the decision to adopt Palestine as a state party was definitively confirmed 6 years later. So this will be the PA, or Hamas as well. Did Hamas do this? When did they? Where's that coming from? 2015 was that reconciliation period? The third declaration. This is PA, their logo. Mahmoud Abbas. The government of the state of Palestine hereby recognizes the jurisdiction of the court for the purpose of identifying, prosecuting, and judging authors and accomplices of crimes within the jurisdiction of the court committed in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. 2014, end of 2014. I don't see why they wouldn't. It's probably in their Mike from the Palestinian Authority. Dude. Oh. The Palestinian Authority completed its journey to formal membership of the International Criminal Court. Move could open the way for Israelis to be prosecuted for war crimes despite Israel not being a member, and it also allows for the prosecution of Palestinian militants, including those from Hamas, who now fall under the court's jurisdiction. So they fell under the jurisdiction, but does that mean Hamas could appeal to the ICC then, couldn't they? If they're under the, but they're not the fucking internationally recognized authority. I want to see the bits where they talk about leaders of Hamas could also face charges. I don't know what they said about it though. Sorry, just got here, but are we giving any validity to anything Hamas said in that document, or are we just trusting Israel on everything? Usually, there are more than two people commenting on a certain fact or statement, so I don't know why, if I disbelieve Hamas on something, it doesn't mean I'm immediately believing Israel. It would mean I'm believing like some kind of like media outlet or some investigation or... I even said from the beginning, like, if it's just something that you hear from Israel, like just, especially in the middle of a war, just wait a minute before someone else confirms it. That's my general approach. Anyway. The events of October 7th must be put in its broader context, and that all cases of struggle against colonialism and occupation in our contemporary time be evoked. These experiences of struggle show that in the same level of oppression committed by the occupier, there would be an equivalent response by the people under occupation. The Palestinian people and peoples across the world realize the scale of lies and deception these governments that back the Israeli narrative practice in their attempts to justify their blind bias and to cover the Israeli crimes. These countries know the root causes of the conflict, which are the occupation and the denial of the right of Palestinian people to live in dignity on their lands. These countries show no interest towards the continuation of the unjust blockade on millions of Palestinians in Gaza, and also show no interest towards the thousands of Palestinian detainees in Israeli jails held under conditions where their basic rights are mostly denied. We hail the free people of the world from all religions, ethnicities, and backgrounds who rally in all capitals and cities worldwide to voice their rejection to the Israeli crimes and massacres, and to show their support for the rights of Palestinian people and their just cause. Okay, let's see. Who is Hamas? The Islamic resistance movement, Hamas, is a Palestinian Islamic national liberation and resistance movement. Its goal is to liberate Palestine and confront the Zionist project. Its frame of reference is Islam, which determines its principles, objectives, and means. Hamas rejects the persecution of any human being or the undermining of his or her rights on nationalist, religious, or sectarian grounds. Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project, not with the Jews because of their religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they are Jewish, but wages a struggle against the Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yes, it is the Zionists who constantly identify Judaism and the Jews with their own colonial project and the legal entity. Oh, God. Just from I'm just admiring the propaganda skills, you guys. It's just okay. The Palestinian people who have always stood against oppression, injustice, and the committing of massacres against civilians, regardless of who commit them. And based on our religious and moral values, we clearly stated our rejection to what the Jews were exposed to by the Nazi Germany. Here we... This guy's doing all of it. This guy's doing all the fucking... They must have had like a checklist. Here we remind that the Jewish problem, in essence, was a European problem, while the Arab and Islamic environment was, across history, a safe haven to the Jewish people and to other peoples of their other beliefs and ethnicities. Okay, that's... I think the word for what Jews were in the Ottoman Empire was a dhimmi, wasn't it? It is true that Ottomans were a lot less crazy with Jews than like Europeans were, but the problem with that as well was like it was more to do with the fact that they saw them as like just they weren't big enough to be threatening, and they were always just seen as like it's okay for them to live around us as long as they're kind of seen as the like slightly lesser was the idea. Which is why, in a lot of situations, the Ottomans were harsher on Christians than they were on Jews, because the Christians were a larger population and they could be more threatening to Ottoman rule. Yeah, I know dhimmi was like dhimmi just means non-Muslim basically, but also in the Ottoman Empire kind of meant like second class. The Arab and Islamic environment was an example to coexistence, cultural interaction, and religious freedoms. The current conflict is caused by the Zionist aggressive behavior and its alliance with the Western colonial powers. Therefore, we reject the exploitation of the Jewish suffering in Europe to justify the oppression against our Palestinian people. Ooh. The Hamas movement, according to international laws and norms, is a national liberation movement that has clear goals and mission. It gets its legitimacy to resist the occupation from the Palestinian right to self-defense, liberation, and self-determination. Hamas has always been keen to restrict its fight and resistance with the Israeli occupation on the occupied Palestinian territory. Yet, the Israeli occupation did not abide by that and committed massacres and killings against the Palestinians outside Palestine. We stress that resisting the occupation with all means, including the armed resistance, is a legitimized right by all norms, divine religions, the international laws, including the Geneva Conventions, and its first additional protocol and the related UN resolutions. E.g., the UN General Assembly Resolution 3236, adopted by the 29th session of the General Assembly on November 22, 1974, which affirmed the inalienable rights of Palestinian people in Palestine, including the right to self-determination and the right to return to their homes and property from where they were expelled, displaced, and uprooted. Our steadfast Palestinian people and their resistance are waging a heroic battle to defend their land and national rights against the longest and brutalist colonial occupation. I wonder, technically, this is so debate, bro. I think China occupied Tibet in 1951. Israel occupied Gaza and the West Bank in 1967, but okay. Unless these guys obviously count the occupation as 48, okay. Where are we? The Palestinian people are confronting an unprecedented Israeli aggression that committed... Oh wait, where the fuck was I? Shit. Yeah. that committed heinous massacres against Palestinian civilians. Most of them were children and women. In the course of the aggression on Gaza, the Israeli occupation deprived our people in Gaza of food, water, medicines, and fuel, and simply deprived them from all means of life. In the meantime, the Israeli warplanes savagely struck all Gaza infrastructures and public buildings, including schools, universities, mosques, church, and hospitals, in a clear sign of ethnic cleansing aimed at expelling the Palestinian people from Gaza. Yet, the backers of the Israeli occupation did nothing but kept the genocide ongoing against our people. The Israeli occupation's use of the self-defense pretext to justify its oppression against Palestinian people is a process of lie, deception, and turning the facts. The Israeli entity has no right to defend its crimes and occupation, but the Palestinian people who have such right to oblige the occupier to end the occupation. In 2004, the International Court of Justice gave an advisory opinion in the case concerning the legal consequences of the construction of a wall in the occupied Palestinian territory, which stated that Israel, the brutal occupying force, cannot rely on a right of self-defense to build such a wall on Palestinian territory. Furthermore, Gaza under the international law is still an occupied land. Thus, the justifications for waging the aggression on Gaza is baseless and lacks its legal capacity, as well as lacks the essence of the self-defense idea. I haven't read about this, about the wall. I've read the disputes about the blockade, but 2004 ICJ Gaza wall. What did ICJ say about the Gaza wall in 2004? 2003 it says here. There are quotation marks. This is the right one, isn't it? Legal consequences? Yeah. What did they say? Where's the conclusion? I want to conclude. Concluded by observing that the construction of the wall must be placed in a more general context, noting the obligation on Israel and Palestine to comply with international humanitarian law, as well as the need for implementation in good faith of all relevant Security Council resolutions, and drawing the attention of the General Assembly to the need for efforts to be encouraged with a view to achieving a negotiated solution to the outstanding problems on the basis of international law. Wait, what? Where they get? Okay. Placed in a general context. Oh yeah, they want them to cease the construction of the wall. Okay, that's right. Reparation, okay. All right. Fifth. Occupation is occupation no matter how it describes or names itself, and remains a tool to break the will of the peoples and to keep oppressing them. On the other side, the experiences of the peoples, nations across history on how to break away from occupation and colonialism confirm that the resistance is a strategic approach and the only way to liberation and ending the occupation. Have any nation been liberated from occupation without struggle, resistance, or sacrifice? Have they? Let's see. The humanitarian, ethical, and legal imperatives necessitate all countries around the world to back the resistance of the Palestinian people, not to collude against it. They are supposed to confront the occupation crimes and aggression, as well as to support the struggle of the Palestinian people to liberate their lands and to practice their right to self-determination, like all peoples across the globe. Based on that, we call for the following: the immediate halt of Israeli aggression on Gaza, the crimes and ethnic cleansing committed against the entire Gaza population, to open the crossings and allow the entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza, including the reconstruction tools. Okay. To hold the Israeli occupation legally accountable for what it caused of human suffering towards the Palestinian people, and to charge it for the crimes against civilians, infrastructure, hospitals, education facilities, mosques, and churches. The support of the Palestinian resistance in the face of the Israeli occupation, with all possible means, is a legitimized right under the international laws and norms. We call upon the free peoples across the world, that's you guys, especially those nations who were colonized and realized the suffering of the Palestinian people, to take serious and effective positions against the double standard policies adopted by countries that back Israel, the Israeli occupation. We call on these nations to initiate a global solidarity movement with the Palestinian people and to emphasize the values of justice and equality and the right of the peoples to live in freedom and dignity. The superpowers, that's you guys, especially in the US, UK, and France, among others, must stop providing the Zionist entity with cover from accountability and to stop dealing with it as a country above the law. Such unjust behavior by these countries allowed the Israeli occupation over 75 years to commit the worst crimes ever against the Palestinian people. Land and sanctities. We urge the countries across the globe today, more than ever, to uphold their responsibilities towards the international law and the relevant UN resolutions that call for ending the occupation. We categorically reject any international or Israeli projects aimed at deciding the future of Gaza that only serve to prolong the occupation. No international bodies either. Okay. So they're rejecting Qatar and Egypt for their proposals. Although I think, does it count as international if Qatar wanted like Palestinian bureaucrats or like technocrats to run? I don't know. I have no idea. We stress that the Palestinian people have the capacity to decide their future and to arrange their internal affairs. Thus, no party in the world has the right to impose any form of guardianship on the Palestinian people or decide on their behalf. We urge for standing against the Israeli attempts to cause another wave of expulsion or a new Nakba to the Palestinians, especially in the lands occupied in 48 and the West Bank. We stress that there will be no expulsion to Sinai or Jordan or any other place, and if there is any relocation to the Palestinians, it will be towards their homes and areas they were expelled from in 1948, as affirmed by many UN resolutions. We call for keeping the popular pressure on the world until ending the occupation. We call for standing against the normalization attempts with the Israeli entity and for a comprehensive boycott to the Israeli occupation and its backers. Well. Yeah, I guess these guys do fucking... They know how to convince a Western audience. Shit. Yeah, I don't know. I did feel like I was wanted to like argue with half of what they were saying, or like why even the things that are technically true don't really serve any fucking like, I don't know, wacky. I've always wondered why. Well, I think I know why. The number of villages varies across different historical accounts. Even though, like, they agree that all the areas were expelled. Like, I don't think that people say that, oh, there's a, obviously no one's going to say this village actually didn't have anyone flee, but actually the village is like all, like, there's no Arabs there. I think the dispute over villages, because some people will say it was like 400 or over 500 or like 390 or some shit. I think it's because there's like this whole thing where historians debate over what counts as a village. Like, apparently, so there are some situations where there can be a village and like two families have a dispute with the rest of the village, or like they just get and so they fuck off and they just go like over the hill and build two houses there instead, like, and whether or not that counts as a village as well. Yeah. Or if it just counts as the same as the old village. Yeah, there's like a whole thing where historians argue over like the technicalities of when you get to call this like separate block of houses or like block of land a different village. Yeah. Anyway. What an interesting document. I'm actually just I'm really just more interested in how how the people who said that there are no civilians in Israel will react to that. Hassan's off the hook. He knew better. What is this? Settler babies. The fuck are people arguing about in chat? God. Eek. Whatever. I feel like I don't even have any commentary on this. Like, besides that, I don't know. They didn't deny, did they? I don't think they denied the idea that the Israeli strikes hit civilian infrastructure because that's where Hamas operates. But they just said it's fine that we killed some civilians in October 7th as well, then, as like collateral damage. Oh well, let's see. What is this? New poll suggests Israelis open to Biden plan linking Palestinian state to freeing hostages. Saudi normalization. Despite the assumption that Israelis would shift rightward since October 7th, a recent poll suggests a majority would support establishing a demilitarized Palestinian state if it's part of a package deal along with freeing hostages and Saudi normalization. There are probably a few hurdles to cross before that. That would be good news for Biden amid discussions about the day after the war in the Gaza Strip. The international community is concerned about potential opposition from the Israeli public to a two-state solution, especially given its rightward shift following the Hamas attack on October 7th. However, a new survey indicates that the Israeli public might actually support an arrangement that includes the establishment of a Palestinian state. Netanyahu reiterated on Sunday his position that Israel must maintain security control across the entire area west of the Jordan, including the Gaza Strip after the war. Nah, I think if Israel wants this like security fucking assurance, it can't mean Israel controlling like security in Gaza or the West Bank, because if they do that, then what's going to stop settlers from just moving in to the Palestinian state? If you have a demilitarized Palestinian state and Israel has security measures set up all across the West Bank and Gaza, what's going to stop settlers just moving in? Yeah. My insistence has prevented the establishment of a Palestinian state that would pose an existential threat to Israel for years. As long as I'm the Prime Minister, I will continue to stand fervently against it. He added, okay? His remarks followed his recent attempts to clarify reports that suggested he did not rule out the establishment of a Palestinian state in his conversation on Saturday with US President Joe Biden. The growing question about the day after has put Netanyahu under conflicting pressures. US President Joe Biden has stepped up calls to make progress towards a Palestinian state, while Netanyahu's right-wing coalition has made it clear to him that they would not approve any such. Why? I don't understand why Netanyahu thinks his fucking opinion is going to matter like as soon as the war's over. As soon as an election, he's gone. Even if it's just to go further right. Like, I don't know why he thinks he's got like any authority left. Fuck me. Fear of his government crumbling has preoccupied the Prime Minister over the past 3 months. The survival of the coalition is his key to continuing to hold office in the wake of the October 7th massacre. Politicians have been saying over the past several weeks that the Israeli public has turned further to the right since then, and it would resist any American pressure. According to these estimates, Israelis would see the revival of negotiations on the formation of a Palestinian state, including the Gaza Strip, as another achievement for Hamas. In Netanyahu's circle, many warned against the possibility of the war against Hamas becoming etched in the historical consciousness as the Palestinian War of Independence. One foreign diplomat who is deeply involved in attempts by the international community to bring about a major regional agreement after the Gaza war is over, said he believed that Israeli public opinion will complicate any such effort. Our impression is that the Israeli public has lost faith in any kind of agreement with the Palestinians, he said. It needs to be encouraged, and they need to be shown reason to hope for such a process. According to the diplomat, the establishment of a Palestinian state can be linked to a normalization agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia. The Saudis have made it clear that they will not move forward on an agreement with Israel without significant progress on the Palestinians, but they haven't demanded to see a Palestinian state as a condition for this. President Biden has a limited time frame to deal with this issue. He's in need of a major diplomatic achievement in the Middle East for his election campaign. If he can, he will try to link a Saudi agreement to a demonstrated willingness on the part of Israel to discuss a Palestinian state. That could be the achievement. Oh yeah, Biden still needs to win an election. Fuck me. Isn't it quite weird that like the one of the big hopes for Democrats winning is that like the Republicans' legal procedure happens more quickly? Isn't that really strange that like they speed it up? They speed up convicting Trump so that he can't, because I think Biden's still fucked in the polls, isn't he? Which could change, I guess, an election campaign, especially because of Trump's baggage, but still, that's a pretty big gamble, I would say. Pretty big. Do you think there's a chance for Bibi to stay in power? No, I don't think so. No chance. The poll showed that 51.3% of the Israeli public would support an agreement backed by the United States that includes the return of hostages, a demilitarized Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and normalization with Saudi Arabia. 28.9% opposed any agreement like this. That's actually a pretty big gap. 19.8% said they don't know. Fucking swing voters. Who are these people? Who are these people? Why don't they have a fucking opinion? Think about it. Fuck me. How long does the pollster give them to answer the question? I hate these people. When you do a poll, it's like 30% said yes, 10% said no, 60% were like, like, come on. When asked how they would like to see the situation 3 years from now, 50.5% of respondents said they would prefer there were no Israeli troops in Gaza, versus 32% who said they prefer a continued military presence, and 17.5% who said they don't know. Come on. You know, when you do social research methods, you have to account for the naysayers and the yay-sayers. In like surveys, because there are people in society who will just say yes or no to every question. Like imagine how much like chaos they've caused in like trying to collect knowledge about people's opinions. Wait, what do you mean? As in, there are people, and they can tell this by asking like contradictory questions in surveys, that there are people who will get a survey that has like 20 questions on it, and they'll just answer like yes or no to all of them. As in, there are people who say yes to every question, like on a survey, on a yes or no survey, and there are people who always say no. Like, it's a thing. It's like a whole phenomenon. And I think they found it out by conducting a bunch of surveys and asking questions where like you would say yes to one thing, but you'd contradict it by saying yes to a different question. It's like a whole, yeah, people are. And they're called the yay-sayers and the naysayers. The Israeli Director General of the Geneva Initiative, Gadi Baltiansky, said the results of the survey, which were taken from a representative sample of 500 people, provided clear evidence that a diplomatic move was possible. In exchange for regional security and the return of the hostages, the Israeli public is ready to accept a demilitarized Palestinian state, he said. Israel should say yes to President Biden and no to far-right ministers Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. I have a feeling that a demilitarized Palestinian state is kind of like a deal breaker for Palestinians. I don't know. Or like whether there would have to be measures of it being temporary or like some kind of interim period, because I think it was for polling on the Geneva Accords where the biggest sticking point was demilitarized state. More so even than like right of return, which I think is mental to think of. But who knows? Okay. Let's look at shit. Fucking DW has a 20-minute documentary on the Israelis who want to resettle Gaza. That might be interesting. They would need some sort of self-defense force that could prevent a possible coup. Well, that's what I thought was Camp David, wasn't it? It was a demilitarized state, but they still had a police force, right? I think that was the idea. All right. I'm going to get something to eat while I watch this. I need to snack. I decided to give myself a massive fucking gym goal today, so we'll see if I can do it after this. But I need to be fueled. Fuck. All right, 1 second. What do you think the editor should have put in a fucking clip of me chilling? So, Israeli settlers who dream of occupying Gaza. Let's have a look. Just as a TLDR for you guys, a trigger warning, not even trigger warning, disclaimer. These guys they're not like representative of the entire Israeli public. They're not completely fringe though. I think they represent like a substantial portion or a growing portion of the Israeli population, especially with like the far right. They do have power. And I think the fear really is not so much the majority of Israelis supporting settling Gaza. It doesn't seem to be that's the case. It seems to be like actually most people are against it. But the problem is the plausibility that settlers could just go in without government approval and the right-wing government wouldn't stop them. That's kind of the issue. Because a lot of people opposed settling in, what do you call it? The West Bank, but no one would stop them when they went and did it. So,
We're just a few kilometers away from Israel's border with Gaza, where Hamas burst through and carried out the October 7th terror attacks. These Israeli families are gathering here because they want to go and live in Gaza, which they sometimes call Gush Katif, even as war continues to bring death and destruction to Palestinians in the Strip. Their signs read, "Only settlements will bring security, and conquering, settling, winning."
You look in the Torah and you see, very simple, the answer there, that Israel belongs to the Jews and Gaza is Israel. Doesn't mean that you're not allowed to live here if you're not Jewish. No, but
I thought, am I wrong? Is the Torah contradict I thought the Talmud said that Gaza was not Jewish. But yeah, it's the read book meme. Let's go. Polling. Israelis settle Gaza. It's like just under a quarter of the population that supports. No, wait, what am I fucking? That's not the wrong thing. Sorry, fucking idiot. Damn, Times of Israel saying substantial support for renewal of Jewish settlement in Gaza after the war. God damn. 32%. This, I'm sorry, that is actually substantial. Fuck you. That's quite worrying. Fuck. It's not most Israelis. More people oppose it. Wasn't Gaza Philistine? The Philistines were there, yeah, but for a period. It was also conquered by King David for a brief period. So, I don't know. You didn't even read it. Scarlett, what am I going to read? You tell me. What am I going to read in this article that contradicts what I just said? Like, what could possibly turn everything around on that stat? %32% said it should remain, Israel should remain permanently and renew Jewish settlement. That's quite worrying. That's a substantial number. 30% said it should be given over to international trusteeship. 14% permanent military presence. 10% handed over to the PA. 14% don't know. I think there was other poll that maybe showed it to be a bit less popular. So let's have a look at that. Did this one? That's the same. That's commenting on the same poll. This was a different one, wasn't it? Majority of Israelis are against reestablishing settlements, annexing Gaza. So 56% were against. 33 in favor. Yeah, again. Okay, these 30. You coping fuck, Scarlett. No, it's a substantial portion who are in favor of it. Stop wiggling around it. If they're LARPing, it doesn't take a majority of people to even want to do it, to make it like policy. People can just do it, and the IDF can just be like, well, not wanting to evict them. Fuck. You need to look facts in the face, my friend. Because you're normally pretty reasonable. But at the end of the day, if there are some hard facts, you gotta be like, yeah, that's hard facts.
At the same time, it belongs to the Jews.
The plan this evening was to drive along the border with Gaza, a symbolic return. But heavy rain forced organizers to move everyone indoors. One of those organizers is Daniela Weiss.
בני אדם נורמליים, בדרך כלל דוחים אירוע כאשר יש גנדל כזה.
The 78-year-old has been involved in establishing settlements in the Israeli-occupied West Bank for decades. These settlements often displace Palestinians and are illegal under international law. She's been arrested numerous times, but sees her unofficial approach as more efficient than anything parliamentarians could do.
No member of Knesset can do what I do. No member. People look for purpose. And what I give them is the love of our homeland. And this is why they will follow me everywhere.
Now Weiss says she's using her pressure group Nachala to work towards settling Gaza. And she says it's a realistic aim.
We publicized the fact that Nachala movement is organizing groups of families to settle the entire area of Gaza. And people registered, hundreds of families. The Arabs of Gaza
That fucking face.
registered, hundreds.
What do you think about the Palestinian Martyrs Fund? I think it's pretty stupid. I don't know. There are probably parts of it that make sense, like compensate families if someone dies in like an IDF raid or whatever, but I don't know. There's probably other parts of it that are a little bit more weird.
Of families. The Arabs of Gaza will not stay in Gaza. Period.
This rally may seem small, but it has outsized connections. Their demands have been echoed by two far-right ministers in Benjamin Netanyahu's government. One of them is Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, often described as an ally of vice. They live in the same occupied West Bank settlement. The other is National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who recently called for a return to Gush Katif, the main block of Israeli settlements that once existed in the Gaza Strip. The defense minister disagrees, and Netanyahu says a return to Gush Katif is unrealistic. But his government has not laid out an official plan for Gaza's future. Noga Ternopolsky is an independent journalist who's been covering Netanyahu.
You're making me more right-wing. Scarlett, if me saying that a substantial portion of Israelis, not a majority, a substantial portion of Israelis are okay or approve of the idea of resettling Gaza, if me saying that and making fun of you for coping about it makes you more right-wing, it's because you're right-wing. Okay? You weak-willed motherfucker.
Netanyahu for most of her career. She says even though the prime minister has given Ben-Gvir and Smotrich unprecedented power, resettling Gaza is different.
You can't just occupy territory because the prime minister wants to. It has to be an entire cabinet decision, has to be voted on in parliament. He hasn't said a word to them because he needs them in order to stay in
You genocidal scumbag. I'm sorry.
power. But what we see is that he lets them keep talking about it. He lets them make this be a subject in the public space, even when this causes Israel measurable and significant harm on the global stage.
That harm, condemnation from Israel's top allies, the US and Germany. Egypt and Jordan, which have long-standing relations and peace treaties with Israel, have ruled out resettling Palestinians on their territory. And for Palestinians themselves, Israeli discussions about uprooting them from their homes brings back memories of 1948, when over 700,000 were forced to flee in the war fought over Israel's establishment. Despite international resistance to a return of Israeli settlements in Gaza, Noga Ternopolsky says the ministers pushing the idea shouldn't be ignored.
I think we're talking about maybe a few thousand people who are fringe figures led by opportunistic, marginal extremists who think that they can take advantage of this moment. I think it's important to cover them because they do have power right now, because they're sitting in government.
And yet...
Don't tell Scarlett that. Uh-oh.
Fringe ideas discussed by demonstrators here in a basement can also be found in wider society. A survey conducted by the Hebrew University found 33% of respondents in favor of annexing and resettling Gaza. Another one by Israeli Channel 12 showed 44% of respondents in favor of reestablishing settlements in the Strip. That survey found the figure jumped to 66% among Netanyahu's supporters.
Uh-oh.
Calls for a Jewish return to Gaza or Gush Katif are not new in Israel, but they have been getting louder since the October 7th attacks.
Uh-oh.
To understand the thinking behind these calls, we have to look at Israel's recent history in the Gaza Strip. A history laid out here at the Gush Katif Museum in Jerusalem.
In 1967, at the end of the Six-Day War, Israel occupied the Gaza Strip and other territories. Almost 400,000 Palestinians lived there, over half of whom were refugees from elsewhere. Soon, Israelis started building settlements, the largest block of which was called Gush Katif. It was a against international law to be there. But museum guide Avner Franklin believes the settlers made a positive impact.
They turned the place from a desert into a Garden of Eden. This was a picture taken about 10 or 15 years later of the same place. So you can see what
Gazans felt otherwise, and violence in the Strip escalated. It became unsustainable for Israel to keep the settlers there. In 2004, the Israeli government, led by Prime Minister Ariel Sharon, decided to unilaterally withdraw from Gaza and evacuate the more than 8,000 settlers living there. The decision divided Israeli society, for and against. Resistance to the evacuation culminated in 2005 with scenes like these. Israeli police officers and soldiers forcibly removing settlers from their homes. Dacia Itzhaki.
My people were on their fucking rooftops with guns, saying they were going to shoot IDF soldiers and shit. Fuck, man.
Lived in Gush Katif for 21 years.
It was a completely betrayal. Ariel Sharon, he came many times and he said he would go down to Rafiach Yam, to the border with Egypt, and say the only way to protect the south of Israel is having the civilians in Gush Katif. It was...
What is this? Okay. What the fuck?
Crime against the security of the state of Israel, against values of Zionism, and against the people that were there.
But leaving Gaza did not usher in an era of calm. Almost as soon as the settlers were gone, Hamas in Gaza intensified rocket attacks on Israel. Israel continued to control access to the territory, and life for civilians there kept getting worse. The next almost 2 decades were marked by wars and conflict that culminated in the terror of October 7th, 2023. It was the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust. Almost 1,200 people were killed, 4,834 injured, and over 200 were kidnapped.
Did you see the meme where you're moderating? No, wait, that's a fucking secret. Don't say that. Now I just read it and said, oh, fuck. Listen, guys. You guys know that. I guess it's out now. You guys know I moderated the Destiny Ben Shapiro debate. You guys know that. I didn't want to tell you guys until today. They flew me over and shit. I was like, you know, why not? It got a bit out of hand, though. It did get a bit out of hand. I'm going to show you what happened. Let's see. I'll show you guys what happened. Look, there we are. Look at it. Look, there's us. Got a bit out of hand, though. Got a bit out of hand. The rest of it was good. But I got a bit out of hand. Keep these guys under control, you know?
And taken to Gaza. The communities hardest hit were the kibbutzim right next to Gaza.
The community was Rafiach Yam.
Dacia says left-wing people living there had strongly believed that the 2005 disengagement would bring peace.
So the Arabs were cheering when they took us into the buses, and then when the buses went out, the kibbutzim were standing there and cheering. And they were very happy when they took us out from the Gaza region, and we told them, you'll pay the price. And you know, I'm not happy I was right.
Dacia wants to return to where her house in Gaza once stood and thinks others should join her. The Palestinians who live there are not her concern.
We give a solution to the Israelis that today have to flee from their homes because of the war. Egypt can give a solution to the people from Gaza that flee from their homes because of the war. You know, give them a solution. They're our enemy. I can't give them a solution.
Here in Israel's parliament, the Knesset, some representatives agree that having Israeli civilian and military presence in Gaza had kept a lid on violence. And that
also, just a quick reminder, obviously, these people are quite mental, but they do not support the majority of Israeli opinion. Okay, these guys don't support the majority of that woman's probably LARPing as well.
Turn would increase security. Ohad Tal is a Knesset member from Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich's ultra-nationalist party, Religious Zionism.
We have to make sure that these things will not happen again, so we have to control the area. And again, in order to control the area, we have to have the Israeli civic presence in these areas.
He's himself a settler living in the occupied West Bank, which he refers to with its biblical name, Judea and Samaria.
Why do civilians have to be there and live in sometimes very dangerous for them environments when the state should be the one securing borders?
Israel is a beacon of peace and democracy in the Middle East. It's true. We decided to live in this region, which is, we have many neighbors who does not want us to be here.
I'm talking about Gaza specifically. But if you put civilians there,
that's the same thing. I live in Efrat. It's the same. I'm threatened by Palestinians in Judea.
If you don't want Israelis to see Gaza as the enemy, maybe don't massacre them. Okay, that's a good idea, actually, because until right now, until like 5 seconds ago, I thought it was a really good idea to massacre Israelis. That's where I was standing. I was very firm in the fucking massacre Israelis camp. But then I considered, wait, I mean, I love that, but I don't like it when Israelis see us as the enemy. So I guess we just have to choose one at the end of the day. Damn.
In Samaria, in
pretty sharp U-turn. I'm getting a bit dizzy from the
Arab cities of the Palestinian Authority each and every day. Why they don't have the same capabilities like Hamas? Just because of one thing, because Israel have the security control of the area and have the civic presence with settlements, with Jewish villages in Judea and Samaria, which are protecting Tel Aviv, which are protecting Kfar Saba and all the cities, the Israeli cities. We have to do the same thing in Gaza.
The UN says settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank has reached unprecedented levels since October 7th. The Palestinian Authority, which governs parts of the occupied West Bank, recognizes the state of Israel, unlike Hamas in Gaza, which, like Iran and Lebanon, doesn't. Ohad Tal says settlements on Palestinian territory would send a message to the whole region.
To all the enemies that we're having in this neighborhood, telling them that if you're killing Israelis, if you're killing babies, if you're raping women, you will pay price that you consider as something that is for you a heavy price.
And that's land.
And that's land. The only price is land. Now, I think the world also should support humanitarian evacuation of Palestinians from Gaza because it's for their own good.
But
I think it's a win-win.
When Palestinians hear that,
Israel's going to have an election on the 30th of January. Where are you getting that? I have not seen that. Is that new? Are you talking about municipal elections? Is that... Okay, wait, give a fuck.
they think permanent displacement. They don't think evacuation. They think that they're being kicked out of their land.
I offer something very simple. Let's just open the borders and we'll see who wants to stay and who wants to leave.
Back at the museum, which was founded by a right-wing group involved in the campaign to remain in Gaza, interest in Gush Katif's past and a possible revival is growing. Tours are booked for months in advance, Avner tells me. And t-shirts like these are high in demand.
It says, Habaita chozrim legush katif. Let's go home. We're going back to Gush Katif. And people want to buy this today. There's been a tremendous interest.
This menorah once stood in a synagogue in Gaza. This past Hanukkah, the museum arranged for it to be taken back to Gaza for Israeli soldiers fighting there.
It was very, very emotional. And then they brought it back here, and this is where it stays in the meantime. It's on loan to us. And when we go back to Netzarim, and we have our synagogue there, we're going to put this back in the place that it came from.
Franklin and others here tell me living in Gaza or Gush Katif is not only about security, but...
Why do people keep linking this? It's a trailer. I thought it was just a picture. Oh, it's a trailer. Okay. What the fuck, man? The fuck? Okay. Why? Why did I need to watch that?
but something that God has promised to the Jewish people. They see things like this, a replica of a mosaic believed to be from the floor of a Gaza.
It's from the 6th century, this isn't it?
And synagogue dating back to the Byzantine era as proof that their roots run deep there.
It's our connection, it's our bond to the place. You see, the fact, look, we have, for me, the fact that we have a bond to the place, a connection to the place, that means a lot. You know, that it's mine.
Journalist Noga Tarnopolsky says the campaign for a return to Gaza is not what most Israelis are concerned with in the aftermath of October 7th.
It is part of a very dangerous thing we're seeing, which is this chasm between what average Israeli citizens want and need and are scared of or are demanding, and what their government is actually doing.
The U.S. has repeatedly said it opposes any Israeli reoccupation of Gaza. In his January 2024 visit to Israel, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said this on notions of Palestinian displacement.
Palestinian civilians must be able to return home as soon as conditions allow. They must not be pressed to leave Gaza.
Blinken said that genuine security for Israel requires a two-state solution,
Incognito,
meaning a
thanks for the tier
Palestinian
1 sub.
state alongside Israel. That two-state solution is something Netanyahu has repeatedly rejected, something he and Daniela Weiss agree on. Her work now focuses on creating so-called outposts. These are settlements which even the Israeli government considers illegal in the occupied West Bank, creating facts on the ground which many in the international community say should form the core of any future Palestinian state.
I'm so glad I'm not Blinken, because what he says is not smart. There is no chance whatsoever for a two-state solution. It seems that he takes some paper and reads, and someone forgot to tell him in the administration that it's not relevant. And he keeps reading from it. He reiterates, in my eyes, in an embarrassing manner. We have now 800,000 Jews living in 250 settlements in Judea and Samaria. Where will you put, Mr. Blinken, where will you put your two-state solution? Where are you going to do it?
Jesus.
In the West Bank, settlers have often gotten government recognition for settlements they built illegally after the fact. It's not government policy to allow settlements in Gaza, but Weiss says she may not wait and may take a similar approach there.
What we are going to do, I'm telling you secretly, we are going to squat close to the border. Right now, there is a border that prevents us from entering. But maybe the northern part of Gaza, which is actually not under any formal sovereignty, it's called the no man's land. So maybe over there, it will be easier. So once we start, then once there is an opening, then there will be the second stage and the third stage. It will happen in my lifetime.
Maybe we can go to no man's land. Look, no man. That means no one's there. That means it's you called dibs. Fuck. Zionists don't skip leg day. Yeah.
Okay, this prime minister has a track record of giving these extremists things that nobody ever dreamed them or anyone even in their position, in their office would have. Then why is it unrealistic or why should we not take their demands to reoccupy Gaza seriously? Because it seems that they have a very good track record of getting things done in this country.
So that's a very good question, and the answer is a bit complex, but it's a really good question, so I want us to address it. You mentioned Netanyahu's track record, and what you're mentioning is a recent track record. Netanyahu's been prime minister for 15, 16 years, and his actual track record is one of stasis. Netanyahu has been the guy who just tried to keep the status quo and say, I'm the hero, for many of these years. He's not himself particularly radical. He's himself very self-interested. He wants to preserve.
Ali Bali, thanks for the 20 Swedish krona. Thanks very much. Like the stream, people. That's a good idea. 1,200 viewers. What the fuck? Like the stream, guys. Go ahead. Go do it. Now. Shit.
His own power. And for many years, the best way he
cost you
sought to
anything.
preserve power was simply, let's keep everything on a kind of low heat. Everything will be okay. What changed everything is that in 2019, he was indicted for very serious crimes of corruption.
I think I probably see this about Netanyahu. About him being more self-interested than he's also definitely ideologically motivated with the fucking with the what the fuck was I saying? With the security shit, and the lack of a Palestinian state. But I think a lot of his decision making is very much self-interest.
Corruption. And all of a sudden he began to perceive the state, the institutions of state, the police that investigated him, the judiciary that indicted him and that was putting him on trial, he began to perceive them as his enemies. This is the event that radicalized Netanyahu, first of all, against the institutions of state, and secondly, politically, because the entire...
There's someone in my VC. Hello? Hello?
Hi. Sorry.
Who are you? What can I do for you?
I'm an Israeli settler, and I was wanting to... Fuck, I've never done this before. Shit. Sorry. And I wanted to say a few points that I think maybe are more scary than fun about the people's opinions about going back to Gaza.
Okay.
Because I think these opinions between settlers have existed for a long time, obviously. But I think they have become, after October 7th, really popular with the general population, extremely popular. I think the most people that have become more popular with it is a lot. Never mind. This is stupid. I'm a fucking idiot. Sorry, I cannot do this. I was an idiot. Sorry.
I didn't even get to ask if she liked One Piece. No, I think I know what happened. I think she saw chat and saw people freaking out.
Loaderbox,
and didn't.
You smarmy
okay.
cuck bastard.
Or nerves. I don't know. It is actually quite. Scarlett thinks she's. Scarlett, how do you know? What? Doe Blair, thanks for the $5. Really appreciate that. Let me make some graphics for you. I'd super love to help. What do you mean graphics? You can send me a DM on Discord. Discord.gg/loanerbox. Find me in there. I'm okay with people bothering me and nudging me. Thought it would have been interesting to hear what you said. Yeah. I had good questions in mind for a settler. Fuck. Oh well. Oh, she's back. Did you mean to come back to that room on purpose?
No, I just heard you now, and I just really bad, and I'm interested in your question.
Oh,
I just
okay.
don't really have a.
You sounded like you were going to say something about the idea of settling becoming more popular, or
Yeah, I think it's really popular between like normal Israelis and not settlers. It's becoming more popular with that. Just really, that's
how do you feel about that?
I don't know. Uh, I think it's kind of useless and not going to happen. And I personally am a settler by like chance. Like I was born here. It wasn't my decision.
Mm-hmm.
So it just more left leaning in general. It's my existence. I also
Do you is that normal to live in a settlement and be like left leaning, or do you feel quite like isolated like that, or I don't really know what it's like for that general environment?
it exists. It's very rare, and what's considered left leaning is really could be considered in most other places just being like fairly center or like right center. So like the extreme right, you can be like, oh, Arabs deserve to live, and that would be considered like left leaning sometimes to some people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, let me think. I wasn't expecting this, so I'm just gonna take a second.
Sorry, I'm
What's the?
really bad with people.
No, that's okay. I want to know. So you've kind of like grown up in that settlement for your whole life, I'm guessing.
Yes.
How does that generally feel as like a left-leaning person? Like, do you feel like you were born into like stealing land, or do you feel like you don't belong there, or do you feel like it's just like it is what it is, or because it obviously wasn't your fault, or yeah, what kind of like?
Just a second. What are we? Sorry. Yeah. What was the question?
I was going to ask like how it feels as a left-leaning person. I guess you seem to oppose the idea of settlements expanding elsewhere, especially like in Gaza. How does that feel as a left-leaning person, like growing up in that environment? Do you feel like do you buy into like the stereotype or like the idea that you're stealing land, or do you feel like you're somewhere that you don't belong, or do you feel well, it wasn't your choice, so it is what it is. Like, it doesn't really matter, or like what's kind of the, or do you just not think about it that much?
I think about it sometimes. It's mainly because like I'm going, okay, this wasn't my choice. I'm not planning to continue to live here when I'm like an adult, sorry. When I have the ability to move out and stuff. And I'm not it's not I don't know if we're stealing land. I have a hard because I'm aware that my settlement before I was here was barely existent, but I'm also aware that like there was a village really close by that like probably could have expanded if my settlement wasn't here. So I don't know.
Okay. Um, and but your plan is that you want to go out of the settlements when you're old enough. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you just move to like Israel, or do you want to go to a different country, or what?
Apparently Israel. I like Israel overall. I don't think a different country would be harder, I think. It just would be very complicated to figure out new environments. Me personally.
Yeah, I was always wondering how difficult that actually is, because the thing I hear about settlements is usually that if you're trying to move from the settlements into Israel, the most obvious problem is that it's much more expensive to live in Israel, right? Um,
Oh yes, that's the full thing. That's I think why my parents moved to the settlements, and a lot of the people where I live moved. Not really from an ideological point of view anymore.
do you have a lot of interaction with the more aggressive settlers, like the ones who you tend to see on the news throwing rocks at Palestinian towns, or
actually like fighting Palestinians. I don't think so. But I know a lot of people say like very horrible stuff about them.
Do you have many interactions with Palestinians?
Before the war, a bit more. It's a lot of more of like basic work interactions. It's a lot of like they're a cashier, like a cashier, or there's also like one time the janitor or the cleaner of my library that I work at, like I would talk to him, like I would come to before, and like I would talk, like he would tell me to do like to make sure that like the kids don't make the library dirty and stuff, and like that. That was
Okay.
like that's usually like the maximum.
Interesting. Well, hey, listen, I don't want to like dig in too much, but was there anything else you wanted to add, or you okay to leave it there?
I think I had more questions in the past, but I'm too much, so sorry.
That's okay. Hey, you can just drop in again if you have any more, because I'm just going to finish watching this now.
Okay, sorry.
All right. Thanks for your time, okay? Yeah, I didn't want to like hold on to a fucking nervous Zoomer for too long. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, fuck, I had more questions. They just came, oh, but no, I shouldn't do it. No, fuck it. Feels a bit weird. Didn't get to ask if she likes One Piece. I'm sorry. Fuck.
Center of the Israeli political arena took a step back from him, didn't want to sit in government with an indicted criminal. So he ended up becoming more and more dependent on these marginal figures, many of whom themselves are criminals, convicted criminals. They didn't care if he's a crook or an indicted crook. So he was radicalized on various levels. So his track record, in fact, during the last year is extremely radical. He returned to power.
I was told the chat was being weird. I don't even know. I imagine because a fucking, oh god, because a fucking settler appeared on the stream. Oh no. I didn't even notice. What were people saying? Way to be a hypocrite about this after your criticism of Hassan. Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, I saw this person saying fucking retarded shit earlier. Yeah, like a child settler who's born in a fucking settlement is comparable to someone who's like standing the Houthis as they kidnap fucking civilians on a vessel. You fucking airheaded cunt. Jesus Christ. You know, it's also the questions that I asked were like a bit more substantial, actually even a bit provocative. Like, do you feel like you're stealing land as opposed to, what kind of, do you have KFC? That's so fucking crazy. Yeah, okay, that's the same thing to you. Wow, well done.
Or December 29th, 2022, and his first step was to attempt what he called a judicial reform, which in fact was what in Spanish we call...
It's one of those settler babies, isn't it? Fuck me.
Autogolpe. He attempted to take power of state. And had he succeeded, he would have had unfettered power. And
you didn't ask, I did ask. I literally asked that. Were you not even listening? I did ask. That's why I said I asked it. Fuck me.
Questions that you ask would have been terrifying questions, because had he succeeded, he would have probably tried to issue orders that today remain illegal orders. But it's unclear whether they would be.
You're so what? Wait, Scarlett, what am I wrong for? What have I done now? What the fuck? What have I done? What? What's happening? Why is everyone freaking out in chat? Why? Why is there so much fucking vitriol coming out? What? I'm very alert right now.
Still illegal. And I think it's important to mention Netanyahu's attempted coup provoked massive protests in Israel.
Chat's gone. Where is it? I'm looking for. I saw. Was it? I need to look back at what people were saying. I need to look back at what people were saying when the fucking settler came on. Oh God. Oh shit. I saw someone said that she was like, who says he talks to Palestinians, and they were like, "Oh, talking to your slaves." Oh God. What's this? Yeah, she said she's not an adult. That's why I just asked a few fucking softballs, not even still more hardball than what Hassan asked this guy, just so you know. And then called it, okay? Like, fuck. With someone who clearly didn't seem very comfortable talking to me, let alone all you fucking retards surrounding the, like, in a circle around you. Like, fuck off.
He's saying that they win over the crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
Is that so? Man, this is... I know I'm joking, but, like, this is pretty fucking monstrous. You guys know that, right? I know Hassan's about to, like, laugh and go, dude, whoa, that's crazy. Let me wait for him to do that.
Right.
That's so funny.
There we go, yeah.
Oh, that's so good.
Thank you, Hassan.
It's like he's so. This is someone who is fed up. This is someone who is like seen the fucking void. Like,
Right.
I want to see that again. Anyway.
This is... I know I'm joking, but, like, this is pretty fucking monstrous. You guys know that, right? I know Hassan's about to, like, laugh and go, dude, whoa, that's crazy. Let me wait for him to do that.
Right. That's so funny.
There we go, yeah. Thank you, Hassan.
Dead inside. No, that delivery is just so fucking. Oh God. He sounds like the most disappointed, the most not angry, but just disappointed parent in the history of humanity. Like, fuck me.
He's
Poor Vaush.
Israel, massive. Millions of people protesting in a country of just 10 million. Israelis are very aware of the limits of the power of their prime minister, so that what really radicalized the Israeli public was in late March 2023, the defense minister made a statement, a warning that he's obliged under the law to make as Minister of Defense. And he said that if the government continued to pursue this judicial reform, it was endangering national security. Netanyahu responded by firing him on the spot with immediate effect. This sent, I think, 500,000 Israelis to the street that night. Why, you may ask? Because Israelis know that if they don't have a defense minister who's independent, that is the first step towards an authoritarian takeover. Israelis were scared to death. And Netanyahu was forced, basically by public opposition, to undo that firing. And the reason I can have this conversation with you today and say, Netanyahu never says no to these two radical ministers, but de facto he can't really give them what they want, is because the Israeli people stood up and stopped him. And that is a remarkable thing.
Wait, sorry, where are these?
If you want to drive from...
Where are these fucking... I love it that there's someone in stream chat who screenshots crazy chatters for me. You just assumed she was a child. She literally said, when I'm an adult, I'd like to... Oh my God. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Baby settler. It's fine. The fuck? We need to problematize. That's what you need. I will problematize. Are you ever going to have Beast Process on stream again? Beast Process has the perms. He can jump in whenever he wants. He's a VIP. He's a, yeah. He was on just today. Like, okay. You should ignore chat more. I really should. Can we get a boxing match between you and President Sunday? No. President Sunday is the strongest and most skilled fighter in the world. Families of Israeli hostages stormed the Knesset parliament.
In Israel.
Uh-oh. What happened here?
Over the war in Gaza have been highlighted in the country's parliament today, the Knesset. Families of Israeli hostages who are still being held in Gaza have broken through security and stormed.
What the fuck? Hang on. Do you have President Sunday's information to enable to begin legal? This guy. How many fucking court cases is this guy fighting now? 3? 3 definitely real court cases under this guy's belt. God.
Stormed a finance meeting. Well, they were protesting that the finance committee
4 if you
was
include the one against
actually
me,
sitting, deliberating while their children were still in captivity. Were shouting shame on you and demanding that the committee members get up and act. The families called for the government to do more to secure the release of their loved ones. The protest highlights growing domestic dissent in Israel about the war with Hamas that's now in its 4th month. Well, it comes as Palestinians in southern Gaza say the Israeli bombardment is the most intense they've experienced since the war began. The Gaza Health Ministry says that 190 Palestinians have been killed in the last 24 hours. Well, let's go live to Jerusalem and to our Middle East correspondent, Mark Lowen. And Mark, let's start with those events in the Knesset. Just if it give us a sense of how much pressure Benjamin Netanyahu is now coming under from hostage families.
I think pretty significant pressure, Matthew, and growing by the day. This was quite dramatic scenes, although the numbers themselves were quite small. But the fact that these...
Have the hostage families, when they're protesting against Netanyahu, are they kind of like giving their own prescriptions of what should be done to get them back quicker, or yeah, is it just, I don't know. I've never actually looked into that. Like, is it that they want the IDF to hold back because they're afraid that the hostages will die in like friendly fire or fucking airstrikes, or do they want them to go harder so they can wipe out those Hamas bastards and get the hostages back quicker? I don't really know. Or they're just angry because he failed in the first place and he needs to go. Yeah. Or... I would probably say the third one. I would say the third one. I think it's most likely that this guy who called himself Mr. Security failed harder on security than anyone else has ever failed ever, and then fucking is still in charge. That's probably how I would see it. I don't know. I can't really get into their heads.
That these family members managed to get into that finance committee meeting. I mean, we think actually they were probably invited by another committee into the Knesset, and then once they finished their appearance, they then sort of pushed through security into the finance committee. You can just see the depth of
I don't think all hostages would be in agreement, but I imagine if they're all together as a group protesting against Netanyahu, it would feel like they maybe have some demand, or if it is just like public, like desperation. Yeah, I don't know. But I don't think I've ever heard them actually say like what they want to happen differently. It's just like, must be a pretty fucked situation. I don't know.
of emotion. I mean, one person shouted, "We won't let you breathe until our kids come back." Another held a placard saying, "You will not sit here while they die there." There is a real sense from many of the relatives of the 130 or so hostages who are still not back here in Israel, unknown how many of them are dead, that the government is not doing enough to prioritize their release. And last night, on Sunday night, Benjamin Netanyahu gave a press conference in which he said he would flatly reject any hostage release deal that would ensure...
And also, probably, if you were a family member of the hostages, you would definitely want like an investigation and repercussions for how October 7th was allowed to happen in the first place, to the degree that it was, and like where exactly the big mistakes were made and who made them. Yeah.
That Hamas could regroup in Gaza, that Israel would have to withdraw its troops, and that would allow Palestinian prisoners to be released from Israeli jails. He said he would not strike a deal with, as he put it, those Hamas monsters. So, he is determined to push on with this offensive with the aim, in his words, of complete destruction of Hamas. But the families of the hostages and many Israelis, in fact, the majority of Israelis, according to opinion polls, feel that the priority needs to be the release of those hostages.
And Mark, let's turn to events on the ground, because reports from southern Gaza from some people saying it's the most intense bombardment they've seen since the war actually began.
Yeah, I mean, the health ministry in Gaza, run by Hamas, has said that 50 people were killed in overnight bombing and 100 people injured around Khan Yunis. There is intense bombardment now, aerial and naval, around Khan Yunis, which is where Israel believes the top Hamas commanders are holed up. It is focusing also around a couple of hospitals in the south, one of which has been stormed, with Israeli troops arresting the medics or taking them in for questioning, the medics inside that hospital, and another one, it has been surrounded, we understand, by Israeli tanks. Israel insists, of course, that medical facilities are being used by Hamas to launch attacks against Israeli soldiers. That is something that is denied by the medics and by the authorities down in Gaza. But there is a real sense that the south, of course, remains the focus of the military activity, and that from Khan Yunis, more and more refugees are moving even further south to Rafah. Rafah is right on the border with Egypt, and that is where the vast majority of Gazans are now taking refuge. It is a city that before the war had a population of around 280,000, now has about 1.3 or 1.4 million people sheltering there. That gives you a sense of the sort of the inundation of people who have gone down to Rafah. And the BBC has now estimated that about 75% of Khan Yunis, which is the main city in southern Gaza, is now under Israeli control.
Mark Lowen there in Jerusalem, thanks very much.
Loner box.
But I've been speaking to Moshe Levy, who...
Cuck bastard.
Gut Truck with the €5. Thanks very much. $5, sorry. Irresponsible to platform a settler without comparing them to anime characters. True. Yeah, there would have been a good joke, right? Like if I knew anime, there must be some anime character who has like some power or some position, but they never asked for it. Like I never wanted this power. Whatever anime character that is.
Whose brother-in-law
I did
is
not
one
ask
of
for
the
this.
hostages being held in Gaza. And I started by asking...
Aaron, there we go. Attack on... I've seen the first episode of that. I don't know who the fuck that person is, but why not?
For his reaction to those scenes in the Knesset and whether he shared their frustration.
Yes, of course. I'm part of the families, and we communicate all the time. This weekend was very intense. Ever since Hamas published another psychological warfare video on Friday, It led to a lot of frustration, anger, sadness among the families. And so today, every Monday, families of hostages go to the Knesset, to Parliament, to go to the different committees. One of the committees, the Finance Committee, there was an issue of entering. So families decided to enter without a permission and voice their pain. I spoke with one of them earlier today, and I understand the reasons why.
Imagine thinking a 19-year-old from a bombed-out poor country may have something interesting to say. I do think he might have had something interesting to say. I agree with you. That's why it's kind of weird that the person interviewing him didn't ask him any interesting questions.
Why they did it. They want the committees to continue discussing the issues of the hostages.
Can you also see why they're questioning the basic strategy, the notion of maximum force to get more hostage releases, except it hasn't yielded anything, and there's a growing frustration among some of the family members about the basic strategy here?
Yeah, I think there are varying opinions among the families about the strategy, about the policy of the government. And this weekend we saw several rallies, one of which was held in front of the Prime Minister's residence in Caesarea. I understand why there is criticism of the policy. As you said, it didn't yield the results we wanted. Hostages are not returning home. And then we receive news about killed hostages every week. And so we beg, and we don't beg, we demand the government to take our voices into account and ensure that the policy they implement in the Gaza Strip ensure that hostages return home. That needs to be the short-term goal of the government and of this operation, irrespective of the long-term goal of dismantling Hamas.
I'll come back to that point in a moment, but let me ask you when and what you've heard most recently about your brother-in-law.
So the last we've heard about my brother-in-law was in late November from one of the hostages who was released. He was alive then, but sadly we have no news about him or about any of the hostages held captive by Hamas. I wish I had a better answer, but the ICC is not allowed to visit them. We don't receive proof of life. And the Israeli authorities do all they can to provide us information, but obviously that's limited to an extent because of security concerns. And Hamas will not provide us that information. All they do is provide psychological warfare videos, as they did last weekend and then on Friday.
President Biden's Middle East coordinator is now in Cairo trying to make progress on all of this. US officials were reported as saying one of the further complications is that Hamas's demand is for a permanent ceasefire for any further hostage releases. Is that, in your view, a price worth paying?
I'm not responsible for making that decision. I think Israel has a viable interest that it needs to preserve. If I look outside as an analyst, let's say, rather than a family member, and I understand the complexity, the geopolitical complexities that the government is facing, I think that we cannot allow Hamas to remain in power in the Gaza Strip after this operation, after this war, for the mere fact they committed to continue doing October 7 over and over again. And so I hope the different stakeholders will be able to bring both Israel and Hamas and their accomplices closer in the negotiations. It seems like there are different proposals.
Yes.
Families met the Prime Minister today, and he said that Israel provided a counter proposal over this weekend. He couldn't elaborate about it, and we hope that proposal will bring about some progress in negotiations.
A final question then, because we're seeing a real intensification in terms of the intensity of attacks in the south around Khan Yunis. How difficult, how excruciating is it for families every single day to watch events on the ground when they have no idea if their loved ones are in that vicinity?
Has Hamas ever been, have they ever abided by a ceasefire? There have been ceasefires that were broken by Israel. Usually they would say it's because they saw like a bit of the tunnel network expanding too close to the border or past the buffer zone line or some shit like that. But yeah, they have broken ceasefires, yeah. It's not just Hamas that does it. Ugh.
I think it's difficult. Generally, we don't want to witness war and suffering in our region. So it's difficult to see it, difficult to read the news, difficult to wake up every morning worrying that we hear about a loved one of us being killed, whether those who are held hostage, like my brother-in-law, soldiers on the ground. And I have compassion to any non-combatant who is involved in the middle of this fight. It's difficult, and I don't trust Hamas to be a good faith partner in solving this crisis. The opposite. They're doing the opposite. They already killed a
Bad
few of the
faith.
hostages and released
Bad
videos
faith
that
debate
really make
terrorists.
our life very excruciating. I hope this will end soon for the sake of everyone. But I understand that it cannot end without the release of the hostages, without the dismantling of Hamas.
Archie Levy talking to me a little earlier on the programme. Let's
Okay. So what exactly happened with Ron DeSantis? Did he
The governor
just realize he wasn't going to get enough votes, or was there anything else interesting about it? Or?
of Florida, Ron DeSantis, has dropped out from the Republican presidential race and endorsed Donald Trump. The surprise video announcement comes ahead of this week's Republican primary in New Hampshire, where Mr. DeSantis was polling in the single digits. His departure leaves Nikki Haley as Mr. Trump's only significant rival. Here's a snippet.
I want to see debates between Nikki Haley and Trump. That would be amazing. Nikki Haley is like, it's funny that people misuse the word a lot, but Nikki Haley is like actually like a neoliberal, isn't she? Like strong foreign policy, like free markets and all, like all that kind of shit. Yeah. Hard duty to the free world. That's what she's like. She's like an old school 2000s Republican, like a neoliberal. Yeah. Not like the way people use neoliberal online, because they just use that to mean anyone who's liberal. But yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Snippet of the governor's message to his supporters.
If there was anything I could do.
Like, she's a neocon. More. Okay.
To produce a favorable outcome, more campaign stops, more interviews, I would do it. But I can't ask our.
Do people class Thatcher as a neoconservative or a neoliberal? She was, because when leftists spoke about her, like at least in the 2000s, like they would refer to her and her movement as neoliberalism, even though she was like conservative, like very socially conservative actually. But yeah, so yeah, they would call her a neoliberal. Yeah. So what? Like, is there a massive difference between, because I always thought, the way I understood it was that neoliberalism was basically like the theory or how they saw themselves in the beginning, like Thatcher and Reagan and shit like that, and the theorists. But it turned out that the result was always what would be like neoconservatism, which was like foreign policy would be more hawkish, like more pro-policing and domestically and shit like that. So, yeah. Neocon and neoliberal are basically the same thing, but neocons are more conservative in social policy. That's what I understood. Yeah.
Supporters to volunteer their time and donate their resources if we don't have a clear path to victory. Accordingly, I am today suspending my campaign. I'm proud to have delivered on 100% of my promises, and I will not stop now. It's clear to me that a majority of Republican primary voters want to give Donald Trump another chance. They watch his presidency get stymied by relentless resistance, and they see Democrats using lawfare this day to attack him. Well, I've had disagreements with Donald Trump, such as on the coronavirus pandemic and his elevation of Anthony Fauci. Trump is superior to the current incumbent, Joe Biden. That is clear.
Superior.
I signed a pledge to support
Supreme
the Republican nominee, and I will honor that pledge. He has my endorsement because we can't go back to the old Republican guard of yesteryear, a repackaged form of warmed over corporatism that Nikki Haley represents.
Well, last night at a rally in New Hampshire, Donald Trump reacted to the suspension of Mr. DeSantis' campaign.
Before we begin, I'd like to take time to congratulate Ron DeSantis and, of course, a really terrific person who I've gotten to know, his wife, Casey, for having run a great campaign for president. He did. He ran a really good campaign, I will tell you. It's not easy. They think it's easy doing this stuff, right? It's not easy. But as you know, he left the campaign trail today at 3 p.m., and in so doing, he was very gracious, and he endorsed me, so I appreciate it.
How do people... Oh, God.
Well, for more on the state of the Republican presidential race after Ron DeSantis' withdrawal, here's our North America editor, Sarah Smith.
It is very unusual and really remarkable for a major candidate in a presidential race to pull out so incredibly.
Yeah, they threw so much shit at each other. Like, Ron DeSanctimonious.
Early.
Oh,
So only one state has voted so far, Iowa, where they went to the polls last week, and Ron DeSantis finished a distant second, about 30 points behind Donald Trump. They will vote here in New Hampshire on Tuesday, and of course it will then be down to a two-person race between Donald Trump and Nikki Haley. And it's amazing to remember that this time last year, Ron DeSantis looked as though he really did have every chance of capturing the Republican nomination, but then he ran a pretty poor campaign where he came across as stiff and awkward and not really very likable to voters, and he was
Irish. This is a Scottish accent, isn't it? This isn't an Irish accent. What are we saying? This is a Scottish accent.
promising them Trump-like policies when it seems what voters really want is not Trump-like, but Trump
It's the ultimate posh Scottish accent, but, you know. as it is.
himself. Donald Trump's doing a rally here in New Hampshire this evening. And he knows it's now just between him and Nikki Haley, who, even though she's polling quite well here in New Hampshire, is still well behind Donald Trump and very unlikely to pick up any of Ron DeSantis' supporters. So now it's really just a question of how quickly Donald Trump can get this nomination wrapped up. How many weeks from now will it be before he is the official Republican candidate?
Not American, not important. Hey. What is this?
What? Nothing's going to stop us.
Real quick, before we get started, thank you, everyone. Governor DeSantis, I want to present to you this participation trophy. Now, it's probably not going to win the election, right? But we're proud of you for trying. There you go. No, but, I mean, sorry, buddy. He's special, he's unique, and he's our little snowflake. Thank you. Here you go.
no.
Do you want the award?
Uh-oh. What the fuck is this story? 3 expert shoemakers say Ron DeSantis is probably wearing height boosters. Oh god, he's got proper fucking heels. Because he's a little man. He's a little person. Oh no. No way. Ron DeSantis didn't say he was like 5'10" on his social media. And he's actually 5'4". He didn't do that, did he? There's no fucking way. This is unsportsmanly. Stop the tilt. He's tilting upwards. Look at some of the pictures in the article. Jesus. Fucking 6-inch heels and shit. Why do they go all the way up to his fucking shins? Big shin shoes. That's like a... The fuck? That's almost like a 60-degree tilt. What a fucking dude. Okay. His instep is unusually high.
Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk.
Oh
I'm a
yeah, the
bold
way he's
man.
like.
No time to
Okay.
talk.
No. He's got like a strut. Oh no. Yeah, those are. So it's not just that his heel is here, right? Because that would be fairly normal, no? If his heel was here, that would be normal. But they're kind of insinuating that his heel is like here. Is that what's kind of being insinuated? That it's more like his heel's over here, and this is just like a extended platform. Bro. Fucking rocket boosters. And that's why he's got the fucking shin guards as well. Oh, fuck. Damn. Ron DeSantis rocking the fucking 6-inch heels. What a slag. I'm joking. Shouldn't use that word. You know, kids in shows, children will often stack themselves on top of each other, wear a trench coat, and pretend to be adults. That's Ron DeSantis. Is there anyone who's come up with that theory that this is actually like a human head, and this is Ron DeSantis on top of him? The fuck? The fucking foot bending. I don't even. Oh god. So what's his actual height? What are the other DeSantis memes? I missed all of them because I'm not American. I don't care. But now maybe I do. Maybe I do care. Trump.
The super PAC aligned with Trump's presidential campaign has released a new ad that goes after Governor Ron DeSantis over entitlements, although it might be a little bit more memorable for reenacting an allegation of one way that supposedly Mr. DeSantis once ate pudding when apparently there was no spoon to be found. Take a look.
DeSantis has his dirty fingers all over senior entitlements, like cutting Medicare, slashing Social Security, even raising our retirement age. Tell Ron DeSantis to keep his pudding fingers off our money. Oh, and somebody get this man a spoon.
I mean, isn't all American advertising like that? I've been to America. Not only do you guys have so many adverts, but they're all like that, right? They're all insane. Or especially the ones that sell drugs, you know, like pharmaceutical adverts. Oh, they're brilliant. And they have to speed run all the fucking side effects at the end. Oh, shit.
Very memorable.
It was an ad obviously meant to invoke disgust. And
it is disgusting, that ad.
But at the same time, the positions that the ad is putting forward about no cuts to Medicare and Social Security look far more similar to, positions that the President Biden just a few weeks ago was defending and saying we will not cut Medicare and Social Security. So it's an interesting contrast, but certainly very creative.
But it's also interesting, and I do want to get you to weigh in on the pudding part of this also. But Donald Trump, as the Washington Post pointed out, every single budget that he sent to Congress had proposed cuts in Medicare and Social Security programs, every single one. And in 2020, he told CNBC that entitlements would be on the table.
Yeah, but he lied, right? He also told voters that he wanted, that he was never going to touch their Social Security. He's always been against it when it actually would matter. This is sort of a sop to a wing of the Republican Party. Look, I think the ad, is kind of brilliant, right? I mean,
This is where I'm going to start coming out as pro multipolarity again, dealing with these fucking. After I watch how Americans engage with fucking. Oh, God. People think the House of Commons is weird. What the fuck is this? I'm sorry.
Churchill famously complained about puddings that have no theme, but to get shots about your entitlement position in with a theme of pudding is kind of clever, and it's going to stick. Not only is it going to stick in people's heads, it is going to get, like it just did, enormous free media because it's just so weird and gross, and everyone's like, "Can you believe they're doing this?" And it's a smart play.
Wow. Churchill famously said you should never vote for a man who eats pudding with his fingers and walks in fucking heels to increase his height. Why didn't I know about that? What a story. Oh, that's so weird. Is this going to be the, of course, the Hassan thumbnail? Okay. So Men in Heels is based unless you're Republican. I feel like Men in Heels is fine, unless your entire claim to fame almost is built on you attacking fucking like drag performers and shit. Yeah, I don't know. That's good. And also the fact that you're just doing it to boost your height and trying to disguise it as well. Like, I don't know. That's a bit weird. Anyway. Hmm. He denied wearing them. Where was he asked? Is he asked on TV? Did someone film him being asked that question? Oh no. How's the gym going? It's good. I'm probably going to go in evenings instead of the morning because going in the morning just makes me too tired in the rest of the day. I'd rather do it at the end. Have my energy for the stream. Patrick, PBD. No, I can't. Not being asked by this guy. Oh shit.
Are you the type of person, like I have people around me that love to say, hey, Pat, you got something between your teeth. These are the annoying people in your life, right? Hey, Pat, pull your zipper up. Hey, Pat, do this. Hey, pull one of your socks is lower than the other one. I'm sure your marketing team points out how they're trying to troll you in the marketplace. Okay, I'm sure they're doing that. Can you bring this one clip? I know you were on, what do you call it? On, what was it? Bill Maher, and Bill Maher talked about the boots. I've seen you walk with these boots. Go ahead and play this clip. This on TikTok went viral. It doesn't have 1 million views. It doesn't have, 10 million views. This thing's got 1.2 million likes. And some people are wondering,
what are they? I don't even. I haven't seen that.
They've not shown this to you. Okay, what they're trying to say with this is that in your boots you have heels.
No.
That's what they're trying to say.
Those are just standard off the rack Lucchese.
How tall are you? How tall are you, Governor? How tall?
5'11".
5'11". Okay.
Oh.
Why don't you wear tennis shoes and dress shoes?
I do wear tennis shoes when I work out. Yeah, 100%.
You do? Yep. Okay. I got a gift for you. I'd love for you to wear.
He's so nervous. What the fuck? Oh, God. He's 5'11". That's what I said. He's one of those people who says he's 5'11" on the internet, and it turns out he's actually... Oh, no.
Okay. I shop at Ferragamo. Okay. And...
I don't accept gifts. I can't accept it.
I'm going to give him heels.
I'm sorry.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the...
This guy is so funny. Patrick Bet-David, fucking weirdo. expert weighs in. We haven't even consulted a shoe expert yet. Oh no. Cowboy boots. Bring a cobbler on. Yeah, I mean, we've got like what we had a Yemeni person, we had a settler baby. Now we need a cobbler. Do we have any professional cobblers in chat? Vehemently denied. Wow. Okay, this whole thing is just text. Is it? Okay, why? Why the fuck would I watch that? Jesus. I thought it was just a really long intro. Why would Forbes do this? Forbes breaking news.
By tens of millions of, and I'm not wearing lifts either, by the way. I don't have 6-inch heels. Actually, the greatest moment of the debate when Ron DeSanctimonious was walking off the stage, and his feet, it's weird, because his cowboy boots, so they have a high heel outside, but inside you got a big deal going on. And he's walking like... No, he's walking off the stage like he's trying to balance himself. I thought he was wearing ice skates. You don't mind if I go off teleprompter like a lot, do you? So much more exciting. So much more. But the head of Hungary, a very tough, strong guy, Viktor Orban. Did anybody ever hear of him? Probably. They were interviewing him 2 weeks ago, and they said, what would you advise President Obama? The whole world seems to be exploding and imploding. And he said, it's very simple. He should immediately resign, and they should replace him with President Trump, who kept the world safe. And I'm not just talking the United States. China respected him. Russia respected him. North Korea respected him. And he used another word other than respect, who he said fear. But I don't want to use that word.
No, not
You
that
look
word.
at what's going on right now in the Middle East and Ukraine, and you add it up, and we have somebody that has no clue what the hell is going on. You're going to end up in World War III because of this. No reason for it.
Oh.
Millions of people will die.
How many topics did he cover there? Shit. Oh, well. Fuck, I was supposed to watch that documentary about Yemeni history today. Oh, well. Maybe next time, you guys. Shit. I'm supposed to watch this like 45-minute documentary from a very partisan source on Yemen. Can you watch Unpacked? Nope. Watch One Piece. Perrin's video about Yemen. Okay, I might do that tomorrow. Watch Tantura. I can't watch that on stream, I don't think. Because it's like a official documentary. Nah, I'm going to send you guys over. Okay. Short stream. You'd studied it for this stream. Uh-oh. Nah, sorry. I need to go and do stuff. Maybe do an earlier and longer stream tomorrow. Definitely. Actually, it's only been 4 hours today. 4 hours is still fine for a stream. What the fuck? Yeah, we'll do tomorrow. Tomorrow will be decent. All right. Take care, guys. Have a good one. Enjoy the raid. You're going to chat logic, okay? Bye-bye. Bye-bye.